Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining for the IIA Hyderabad and Vizag chapter annual conference. We are expecting few more participants to join us, so we'll be starting in next 3 minutes. So probably by 2 to 3 or 4, we'll be starting the conference. Thank you.
Mr. Menon and Mehnaz, can we get started?
We can start now, I think.
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you so much. Am I audible, Mehnaz, and is my screen visible?
Yes, sir, we can see and we can
Excellent.
hear you as
Great.
well.
Great. Thank you to everybody and a very warm welcome to all of you to the annual conference of IIA Hyderabad titled Internal Audit in the New Normal Decade. We have multiple sector luminaries today who will be addressing us, who are also from different countries. We also have participants across the different countries. So a very warm welcome to all of you and thank you so much for taking out time. Today our session will commence from now on and we'll go on till 7 p.m. with two panel sessions and with 2 individual speaking sessions, plus one a very important soft skills session, which is going to be a very engaging conversation for all of us. Today, we'll be having 5 hours of CPE credit, which will be given to us based on the login time and the log out time. So you stay from 2 to 7 and we get in 5 hours of login time of the CPE credits. With that said, I think a very, very interesting session ahead for us. And with that said, a big thank you on behalf of the Hyderabad IIA chapter, along with the Vizag Club. And we look forward to this participation from you. All the questions will be taken up at the end of each session. The last 5 to 6 minutes we'll allocate for question session. So please reserve your questions, and until then you can put it under the questions or the chat box. Thank you so much. And Mr. Menon, over to you, please.
Am I visible and audible?
You are, Menon. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon and a warm welcome to you all to this 14th annual conference of Hyderabad chapter, co-hosted this year with the newly formed Vizag Audit Club. IIA Hyderabad is the IIA India's youngest chapter and has been making significant contributions in promoting the profession and providing learning and professional development opportunities to its members. Last year was a landmark year in our history in that we branched out into the beautiful coastal city of Vizag and set up our audit club there. During the last year, we have also organized a series of learning programs and webinars covering a wide range of subjects relating to the profession. We have a galaxy of eminent speakers this afternoon who are going to speak on an array of topics that are of great contemporary relevance to our profession. More so in the post-pandemic era, by now known as the new normal, which is also close linkage to the theme of this audit, this annual conference, which is the internal audit in the new normal decade. On behalf of the Board of Governors of IIA Hyderabad and Vizag Club, let me extend a warm welcome to all our guest speakers and panelists, and to all our professional colleagues who are attending this conference. I also have a great pleasure in welcoming our IIA India leadership team, led by our president, Mr. Tyagarajan Kumar, who will be inaugurating this conference in a few minutes from now. Though this is a welcome address, it would not be out of place for me to place on record a quick word of appreciation for the annual conference organizing team led by Sunil Rao, the Vice President of our chapter, who was just speaking to you, for their splendid job in organizing this conference so efficiently. So without much ado, let me hand you back to Sunil, who is also the Master of Ceremonies for this afternoon, to launch into the rest of the agenda. Thank you and have a great session of learning. Thank you, Sunil. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Menon. So as Mr. Menon had mentioned, we have a very, very distinguished and a person who doesn't need any introduction, but I would still go ahead with it. Mr. Tyagarajan Kumar, whom you see on the camera now, popularly known as TK, fondly known as TK, a BCom and a chartered accountant and the president of our IIA India, is with us, and he'll be giving us the inaugural conversation today. TK is having 22 plus years experience as part of the Unilever, where he headed different departments starting from finance, commercial, treasury, audit, across various locations starting from South Asia, Far East, Northeast Asia, Japan, and Australia. TK is currently with the Times Group as their head of Management Assurance Services and is responsible for the governance, independent reassurance, IFC audits of their business verticals. TK is also an avid reader on developmental economics, business strategy, and finance, and is on the governing council of Loyola College and in Chennai, and Alumni Association, and also the Loyola Institute of Business Administration. Also a director with the National Heart Institute, Delhi. He's currently our president, and along with the leadership, TK, Nikhil, Sid, and other leaders have ensured our profession of internal auditors is taken to the next level nationally. Sir, it's been a privilege to have you today and to lead us. And thank you so much for joining us today. So over to you, TK sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sunil. Hope you are able to hear me clearly.
Yes, sir. Very clear.
Yeah, first of all, let me congratulate you, Menon, and the team in Hyderabad and Vizag for putting together an excellent program for the afternoon today. Internal audit in the new normal decade is a very, very appropriate topic for us to deliberate on and think ahead. The new decade promises to be a challenging one. I suppose the digitization and the disruptions might affect many industries. In what shape and form and when, it's not very clear. But however, one thing is very clear, that the profession in this country for us going to be very, very robust and growing. An economy which is growing faster, which is soon going to be third or fourth largest in the world in PPP terms or in nominal terms. The economy will provide huge amount of opportunities for trained professionals. Now, there are many opportunities are being written. We hear presentations and papers that which are the industries which are going to be affected, which profession jobs will be lost. You will most of the time will find audit and accounting to be in the top of the list of professions where jobs are going to be lost during this digital disruption and the automation and the machine learning which are going on around the world. But going by my experience and observations of what I see all around, I am very optimistic, and I don't think our professions, either accounting or auditing, to go anywhere in the new normal, the new decade ahead, as long as we stay relevant to the needs of the industry, needs of the NGO, needs of the government. The accounting may get automated. However, the sophistication of what accountants can provide through their analytics and insights, and the audit reassurance which internal auditors can provide will remain all the more relevant and needed, for simple reason that the ownership and management is more and more getting dispersed. The investors are coming all over the world. The quantum of investments that are going in across borders is becoming more and more. The world is becoming more led by financial services and capital flows, which is bound to happen irrespective of whatever trade constraints or limitations which we have. So in this scenario, an independent reassurance to the investors is going to be a fundamental one. There are various other expectations on ESG, expectations on CSR, etc., and corporate world, on which auditors will be required to provide an independent reassurance. I remain very optimistic that this profession will bound to grow and will be very exciting and energetic going forward. In this direction, what we are trying to do is to equip our auditors for the new decade, is to make sure that auditors, internal auditors, are well trained and they acquire global proficiency and capabilities. All of you may be aware, recently we launched for the first time in India the challenge exams, which indeed has been a very, very successful one so far. In about 2 months or so, we have had about 450 registrations till 31st of March, and that means there is so much of latent demand that exists among our professionals to become globally certified, to become globally qualified, so that their services remain relevant. And we are also trying to make sure our members get well trained. During the last 1 year post-pandemic, we have had about 130, 140 training programs, webinars, seminars, etc., where we have been able to reach out over 12,000 members who got trained on the latest trend, be it cybersecurity, be it artificial intelligence, or be it data analytics skills which are relevant for the future. So we will continue to do that. We'll make sure that our professionals remain relevant and stay connected. Now, we have also been making sure through extensive communications through the magazine, as well as sharing of global best practices, our members quickly get updated on the latest thought leadership in the profession across the world. We are also launching learning partnership, where not only the trained chartered accountants who are our members, but also other professionals who want to become our members and take the 3-part traditional CAA program. To take that program, the learning partners will be providing training soon. That program has already been launched. Registrations are happening. All of you are aware, and Seema is from Hyderabad, is also part of the Women's Forum, where we are trying to reach out to more women to become parts of our professional body. There are hardly 15%, while even in India, our sister concerns bodies like IIA has got more than 82,000 women members, roughly about 25% of the membership base. So we will be certainly reaching out to larger number of members going forward. We'll make sure that our members stay well developed, stay connected, stay updated on the latest trends. And the best way for us to be relevant professional is to be prepared. As they say, the future belongs to those who are prepared, and fortune comes to those who are prepared. An event like this, where you are deliberating on the future of this profession in the new normal decade ahead, is a very, very appropriate topic for our members to deliberate on and equip ourselves for the future. With these few words, I commend all of you in your efforts and wish you all the very best for a very successful conference on the day ahead. All the very best. Thank you, Sunil.
Thank you so much, DK sir. A wonderful inaugural note. So with that said, we'll kick off straight into the sessions. And the first of it will be by Mr. Praveen Koku. And I'll just take a minute to introduce Praveen. Praveen is a managing director with Protivity Data and Analytics team with 15 years of experience, including in designing and delivering data management solutions, descriptive analytics for clients, and with a focus on the operational efficiency and growth. Praveen has been involved in performing engagements in disruptive technology space and machine intelligence and conceptualizing predictive analytics, prescriptive analytics business proposition for clients. Winner of the Most Innovative Solution Award at Informatica Marketplace 2012. It's my honor to introduce Praveen. And Praveen, over to you, please. I will not steal the thunder. Please go ahead and get started with the session. Thank you so much to everybody. Thank you, Praveen, for joining us.
It is an absolute pleasure, Sunil. Thank you for having me. The entire IIA leadership members, thank you for having me here today. TK sir, it was a very encouraging inaugural note. So I would like to start. I'll take this opportunity to get started on today's presentation. It's quite interesting how it is that we are trying to go about treating this whole machine learning, artificial intelligence. I was very tempted to drop machine learning from there and just say AI in IA. It just seems like a mirror image. So in a normal world, I would have started with this question where we would have all been seeing each other in the same room, and I would have gathered some responses to be able to tailor my presentation. But let's see if you're able to type some of the responses in the chat box, and I will move forward with the presentation. I'll first start with what is artificial intelligence. One of the things that I have learned over the years of practicing data and analytics, obviously artificial intelligence was not something that the concepts that I was born with or I started with. I have learned in the process as well. And the right definition that I felt, or at least in my interpretation, is not computers thinking, but enabling computing algorithms to be able to perform cognitive tasks like us human beings. So if I were to just frame a sentence of the words that are spread here, it is learning to perceive problems through solutions and reasoning. That's how I think if I were to put artificial intelligence in a sentence, I would narrate it that way. Now, the roots of AI, I think it goes back all the way to Alan Matheson Turing days during the Second World War. Most of you would have heard about Turing machine and all of that. But why did it take this long to become such a normal concept that every other application that we have today has embedded artificial intelligence, including our audit profession? So if I were to use the four key drivers, or talk about the four key drivers, the first and foremost goes back to one of the founders of Intel, who had mentioned that roughly about every 18 months, the computing power will nearly double, followed by the cloud, the advent of cloud, which led to the third driver, which is big data. So given the whole cloud infrastructure, people are able to store data, people are able to confidently generate data. And the fourth one are the algorithms itself. Now, if you were to think about algorithms being present from World War II or that time, why have they not come into the fore? Is because of the ability of the algorithms to be productionalized or commercially viable for business. And hence, given the three points, computing power, cloud, and the whole big data advent of all of these three led to AI becoming a commercially viable technology. If I were to talk about the cognitive tasks itself within artificial intelligence, like I said, as human beings, we talk, we see, we hear. There is also a sense of smell. Right now, at least I was not able to identify use cases for that within internal audit. So to limit it to the relevant topic today, I would like to speak about some of these use cases wherein we're able to see how it is that as human beings, whatever we have been doing within internal audit by reviewing a lot of documents, by hearing some of the audio files, by speaking, all of these, how is it that artificial intelligence or machine intelligence, I would say, to keep it very specific, is going to be helping in each of those tasks. These are some of the terms that we all come across, and I thought, why don't we just sort of demystify AI, ML, interchangeably used, data science. So what are all of these? And then not to forget the whole deep learning concept. So the way I studied and understood and I apply it day to day in my profession or within productivity that we practice is that data science is a capability within which we have artificial intelligence or machine learning, both of which are nothing but algorithms. If you were to think about both machine learning and artificial intelligence, they have a collection of algorithms. Deep learning is an advanced concept where the industry has progressed to be able to mimic human brain capability, which is the whole neural networks that present within human brain. How is it that can be applied for algorithms? Can I use an algorithm that's developed by one of the colleagues within the industry to be able to enhance further, which is why the whole concept of keeping the code in an open source mode has also driven for progression of artificial intelligence. Knowledge, I think, from a very long time in mankind, the more it is shared, it has only helped for as long as it is applied in the right sense. So democratizing AI, I think, is only doing good. And as we go through today's topics, we will see that more. Now, how is this AI as a subject relevant for audit? Are we infusing AI out of force, or are we doing it because there is a purpose for it? Is there a fit for purpose, or are we trying to follow the trend? So if I were to really look at or draw your attention, data management governance, and we'll speak about this towards the later part of the session, why it is so critical. Because emerging technologies and infrastructure changes, this has always been a top challenge within the business of internal audit or the practice of internal audit. And that did not change. It has been one of the top three, and it continues to be there. But over time, people realize that what is technology without having the right data? And most of you would have heard garbage in, garbage out, if I have to put it out very candid. So the concept of data management and governance is of paramount importance. How do we structure the data? How do we govern the data? Not just for regulatory or other audit purposes, but just to make meaning out of right meaning if we were to apply intelligence. Because at the end of the day, most of these algorithms, they perform the way they are trained, or they perform at least based on the initial training, while in today's generation, there is a lot of self-learning happening within algorithms as well. So that continues to be there. I think resourcing, staffing, skill challenges, yes, that's not changed its position. And this is something that we at Creativity, speaking to several board members across the globe, we've gathered this information through our interactions, and we're presenting here with the group today. Now, this has led to Audit 4.0 evolution, if we were to think about how technology has propelled audit, and it's propelled it and pushed it in the right direction, from all the way to manual audits, pencils, calculators, erstwhile days, to where we are talking about continuous monitoring, automation, industrial Internet of Things, or all the advanced analytics, name it. And I think today the profession is using it. And TK sir, I don't think the profession is going anywhere. If I were to say my presence here, the fact of my presence here today in this esteemed body is a reflection of how the profession is giving more opportunities to individuals. I've been a data and analytics practitioner, but the fact that I'm able to collaborate with my fellow colleagues who are chartered accountants or other qualification by virtue of other qualification are helping various organizations in internal audit is a reflection of that. So I think technologists, enthusiasts, whoever are part of the session today, I think we should thank our colleagues in the internal audit business for making this an easy segue for us. So with that said, I would like to give a sneak peek of what the Audit 4.0 looks like. So the governance, the strategic vision, it does not change. It's just that the board members are more and more asking for automating, so the audits happen quick, they're reliable, there is a continuous improvement, and hence that flavor is added to the strategic vision. The organizational structure, I think earlier, if audit as a function were to be formed by professionals from elite universities or by way of practice, now I think there is room for technologists. I think that's what leads to the resource and talent management. And then the whole methodology itself, if you were to look at, there is infusion of technology, and that is happening through, say, automation, advanced analytics, or process mining, ML, AI, and a lot more. I mean, you call it different ways, being digital proof or digital ready. So that's how we at Protiviti have defined Audit 4.0 for our clients. I would like to play this video. If I may request playing video number 1, please, Menas.
Sure, sir.
Meet Mike, a busy and a trusted auditor who loves to fish in his spare time. Mike spends 20+ unproductive hours in data preparation before starting the audit review. The volume of data and limitations of outdated tools requiring scripting forces Mike to follow statistical sampling methods that only confirm the likely absence of issues versus finding them. It is like fishing and assuming that when fish aren't biting, there are no fish in the lake. Plus, rules-based tests can easily be manipulated to hide material misstatements and irregularities. Then he found the MindBridge AI Auditor, the world's first data analytics and artificial intelligence platform that helps with smart data ingestion, load and create account grouping automatically with limited user interaction within minutes, complete data analysis, analyze and score every single transaction for unbiased review, improve detection effectiveness, examine and cross-correlate each transaction by multiple machine learning algorithms, including rules, improving the chance of finding material irregularities, in some cases by 10-fold. High assurance. Increase confidence in audit opinions by avoiding the limitations of random selection or statistical sampling of data. Mike is content. He attained rapid and deeper insights of his clients' financials and can perform a more focused audit, leaving more free time for fishing.
Thank you. If I may seek control now, please, to share the presentation. Thank you much.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a bit tied up. Yeah. No, I'm not interested. Thank you. Yeah, bye-bye.
Okay. So I don't think, is the screen visible? Is the document visible for everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it
Okay.
is.
Okay, great. I don't think any of us are going to get our time for fishing or for our hobbies. Corporate culture typically tries to put us back to our work. So that's, I think, a bit stretched imagination. But yeah, I think one of the other points that I would like to make, in the spirit of knowledge sharing, we at Protivity decided that we will share or provide this platform to some of our partners as well, like MindBridge and others that you will see. That way, we are very objectively using this platform to be able to share knowledge with fellow audit professionals, so they can also take advantage of the latest and greatest technology service providers. Thank you. On the framework itself, I think if you were to look at what has changed versus what has,
Yeah. आप लिख दीजिए.
sorry, was somebody saying something? Okay. So if you look at the overall framework, everybody knows it. I don't have to preach the choir. It starts from you. You are the Ganga of all of this. There is infrastructure, there are stakeholder expectations. And when we start, I think we start with risk assessment and planning, both strategic and operational aspects in mind, and also with financial and compliance dimensions taken into account, map and determine the final risk assessment, create the audit plan, and then create the project execution plan as well. If you look at some of these icons that are sprinkled, this is just to kind of reflect where NLP or some of the AI techniques, machine learning, or even like the digital techniques can be brought in as interventions for enhancing the entire audit process, which is what we are calling it as the Audit 4.0. So if you see some of these this is Protivity Risk Index. This is proprietary. This is beyond the regular, the industry standard of risk index. But apart from that, if you see, there are a lot of applications of natural language processing, machine learning, robotic process automation, process mining across each of these steps. Now, if I were to paint the entire gamut of Audit 4.0, starting all the way from risk assessment and to reporting and follow-up, each of these steps, I can point out where the interventions of artificial intelligence are. If you think about OCR-based scanning, definitely there is scope for it. Statistical sampling, absolutely. Social intelligence, yes. Virtual inspection, voice analysis, process mining, whether it is RPA or intelligent automation, you can debate about it. But analytics as a service, integrated analytics, NLP-based reporting. So these are some of the key areas within the audit process itself where AI can be successfully infused. We've seen one of such video. We will see more applications of it. Can you play video number 5, please? Menas?
Yes, sir. Just give a minute.
Sure.
Take it.
Thanks. Please bear with the inconvenience we. that was just a sneak peek of how long contracts can be in a jiffy kind of analyzed with the help of machine intelligence. And the applications of AI are numerous, but just to stay on this topic, just how contracts are analyzed traditionally versus if you were to reflect upon it, most of the information through techniques like natural language processing, through text analytics, algorithms can scan through the documents, they can parse the documents, they can create structures, and then they can provide information in a easy and a handy manner. And then that'll give the professionals more time to be able to focus on analysis, providing value addition to the client by years of experience, and less to do with the mundane mining work. What has changed when we talk about Audit 4.0 or next generation internal audit? I mean, each of us have our own definitions, but what has changed in the methodology? So confirming the audit objectives and scope, yes, with the business that used to be the first step. But now I think, and this is our methodology as to how we have been practicing. So I'm sure there will be different ways people can do it, but this is a leading and a success or a proven framework. So what we first do is that we identify potential scope for analytics within the audit mandate. We extract, transform, and load data, famously called as ETL. We analyze the data, compare, profile, and visualize. Pattern detection really helps. So that way we can go back and tell our clients beyond the scope of work or the feasibility of it, or what is it that we can do over and beyond. And this is the next step where we brainstorm with the audit team and we develop testing hypotheses. It no longer has to be a sample, random sample. We can rely on whole data population, because that in the world is a proven way. And given all of us are now going through the vaccine phase, I think we would appreciate this more ever than before about the whole population testing. Then the audit commences, the actual testing, the findings are then visualized and storyboarded, and it becomes a continuous process. It just doesn't stop once and the results are presented, but if you think about the whole cycle getting compressed by interventions of technology, we still have to bring in the specialization, the eye for detail, and the human touch by looking at it, refining, and then making it a continuous audit. Process-wise, what has changed? I mean, as I mentioned, the sample testing, where we used to look at traditionally a few data points, and also requesting the client for data. Now, all of our clients are extremely busy. Asking them to do more only gives them grief. So with technology, all we have to do is gain access to applications or gain access to where their the non-digitized data is lying, and use the opportunity to be able to both digitize and extract the data, and then ask questions, as opposed to going in with a survey kind of a model. The tests, again, whichever were manual steps, now the technology interventions give it a scope to be automated, be it the testing part or the reporting, and then, like I mentioned, the whole the continuous monitoring itself. So this allows for one to be able to audit more effectively, efficiently, by identifying risks timely. I mean, we'll all have happy clients, right? Some of the sample cases of artificial intelligence. I mean, we saw the whole document review with OCR technologies, or you can talk about natural language processing. But it's, I mean, there are immense. It's left to one's imagination, given that artificial intelligence is democratized. And a few years ago, I used to work on the traditional data warehouses, business objects reports. Audit used to be a separate business function, to now where in every organization I hear that audit analytics is the new team, as opposed to audit and analytics being separate teams. So with that, I think be it on the regulatory compliance, it's a very interesting use case personally for me, the whole insurance, and we'll play that for all of you. How is it that we can help some of the insurance clients in case of catastrophic events through artificial intelligence to be able to settle the claims and preempt some of it. Root cause analysis, I think we all know KYC, anti-money laundering, trying to get the whole graph database, trying to correlate and being able to identify what could be the root cause. That's another famous use case. So fraud detection, I think the possibilities are, if I were to put it as the art of possible, as they famously call it, there is almost every other step can have AI intervention. I would like to just play some of this. I think I should be able to play this myself. So this is what I was referring to about how an insurance company can use artificial intelligence to be able to facilitate the whole claim settlement, reduce the time to payment, and adjust expenses. Think of a scenario where there is a natural calamity, and then the insurance company, instead of waiting for the claims to come their way, if they can be more prepared by way of using data that is publicly available through geospatial analytics. So that's what I think we've tried to do for some of our clients globally. And again, we've done this with Hotshot Analytics as one of our partners. I'll just keep fast forwarding it so everybody gets a glimpse of it and are still able to make sense out of it. So what essentially happens is, by way of drone technology or by way of satellite images that are available, one can easily get the data, and most of this data sometimes is publicly uploaded, and that data can be analyzed by the insurers, and they can try and see how is it that the damage has occurred. That way the claim settlement, be it to determine whether it is a valid claim versus a fraudulent claim, I think it becomes far more data driven, as opposed to pictures taken, or trying to spend more time guessing when those pictures were taken or what the actual catastrophic damage was for settlements. So you can, as I'm just trying to fast forward this in the interest of time. So everything can be put in, and then you will see, I mean, it works like a charm, right? And the claim settlement is much faster. You have happy customers, and internally the underwriters are also satisfied that nothing's going out of proportion, right? Again, this is, if you were to think about the three cognitive tasks that I spoke about, this comes in computer vision. This is another thing that we are proud of for developing. So if you will closely observe, there is one car that passed, there's a van that has come by. It's able to identify through computer vision, it's able to filter the noise, which are in this case, unfortunately, the human beings, I'm having to say. But yeah, it is truly fit for purpose. There is a car that is crossing. The algorithm is able to capture that. There is another car that has come. It's able to capture, and then you eventually see a SUV and a container, a dump truck also crossing. So all the 5 images have been successfully captured. The dimensions have been noted. The application of these you could think about with the clients within the supply chain departments, or any other shop floors or warehouses, And in fact, we've tried to collaborate with some of our vendor partners to be able to see how we can help various governments come up with COVID safety precautions. I was personally involved as well to be able to determine, and some of the organizations today or establishments today, you might be seeing how when you step in, say into a restaurant or before you step into a hotel, it is able to scan the image and it can read and sense the temperature, and then as audit professionals, if the organizations would want us to create a report that we can submit back to the clients can submit back to the government saying that they've only allowed people based on the current measures of heat detection or even the appearance of an individual, whether they are wearing a mask and safety measures are being followed, we can create that fairly quickly and submit. This is another famous use case that we have been able to successfully implement. Enrich the customer information. I think one way of gathering customer information is by rolling out surveys. But what is important is how is it that we can capture customer information from conversations, and this is where the speech to text part of artificial intelligence plays in. Which is the other capability that I talk about, which is we as human beings, when we hear, our brain processes information and we do a lot of perceptual tasks. So this is a classic use case of how you can enrich your customer information. You're able to truly kind of provide value to the customer. If at this point, video number 2 can be played, please, Manas. Thank you. So the idea is that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Most of these solutions are available. We can help as a firm. You can take advantage of some of the knowledge that you're garnering from the session yourself, or through IIA we can collaborate and share some of this information as well. So here I think what we've seen is about how speech to text is possible through AI and infusing it into the audit practice itself. Natural language processing, I think another, it's how you kind of hear, we've seen text, but written text, how can that be read? As human beings, we read and we make a perception out of it or an analysis out of it. Similarly, how can we train algorithms? That way, the whole third-party risk assessment can be automated. So think about traditionally what we were doing. It was always through a bunch of questions that we were deriving information, whereas now we are able to automatically capture information. In this case, if you were to think about the SIC codes or NAICS codes, and then we are able to map the data elements, map the codes, and get to the whole point of real-time risk sensing or risk analytics by way of using AI techniques. You can identify services, which industry, you can determine the data standards of that industry, you can determine regulatory requirements, and you can apply. So one of the many use cases of AI, which is automating third-party risk assessments. If I could play the last video, if I could request Menas to play the last video, please. This will kind of help you understand how it's a related one to contract analysis itself, but it will also give you a sense. So in our, if I were to say Kira, we would be using for comparing multiple contracts, whereas Leverton I would use for contracts where there are multiple pages.
Leverton provides valuable insights from unstructured data found in corporate and legal documents. We do this with our AI-powered deep learning data extraction platform. Let me show you how. In today's example, I will be using a commercial real estate lease document. Step number 1 is to drag and drop a zip file of the documents into the Leverton platform. Once the documents have been uploaded to our platform, they're run through our proprietary optical character recognition technology. OCR is the technology that makes the words on the page machine readable. After the OCR process, we need to give the system just a rough idea of what this is. You will see from the drop-down menu, there's a variety of different document types available, but we're here today discussing the real estate lease model. Once we've selected the type, we can begin the artificial intelligence process. We've developed our own proprietary neural network as well as corresponding data models to extract information from these documents. During the AI process, all of the documents as well as the corresponding amendments are read through and the information is extracted according to the data model that was selected. You will now see we have the data model on the left-hand side and the document on the right-hand side. After the AI has done its work, there's 2 phases of human review where validators go through, they read the main agreement as well as the corresponding amendments and validate each and every data point within this agreement. If in fact the AI picked up a wrong piece of information, they simply re-tag the information. Each and every time that they make a correction, the machine is reading the words on the page, everything that comes before and after a statement, and drawing a conclusion about how it should behave the next time it encounters that situation. After the documents have been OCR'd, run through the AI, and validated, you have the ability to view this information within the Leverton platform. You will see here I have a large real estate portfolio with a number of different leases. I now have the ability to view this information in a very structured format. Let's say, for example, I want to see the rent charges. I type rent charge, and very quickly I'm able to be brought to where within this document that information is found. Any of these blue hyperlinks have the functionality where it's going to link me to where within the document that information was found. We've also developed a table feature that allows you to pare down this information within our platform. There's a calendar feature that allows you to see all of the critical dates within this agreement. You can set notifications for yourself, as well as a map feature that allows you to see geographically where these assets are located. You also have the ability to export this information via our API into a variety of different ERP systems, as well as export it to Excel. And each one of these data points has a unique hyperlink, so it makes it easy for me to easily reference back the information within these documents. If you'd like to learn more about Leverton and how you can extract your information, visit us at leverton.ai.
Great. I think that once again should reinforce the fact that data can be processed from documents digitally available, and it goes back to this whole automated third-party risk assessment in a way wherein you can grab data from the web, you can download PDFs, you can scan through them and extract data. There's another important use case that I wanted to share with this group, which determines like the power of text analytics. So 3M, one of the world's leading clients, if you were to think about how an algorithm was able to just without having to ask for information, be able to grab all the data over the world news over years, over the last 3 years, and segment into various topics and themes. I mean, this is powerful. Imagine before you go to a client meeting, I mean, we usually do like a LinkedIn profiling and all of that. If we were to go with the power of text analytics, we kind of understand what the pain points are, or we go tell our clients that, hey, this is not where you should focus on. Some of your risks are different. The conversations would change. These are just some of the technology partners that we've used this platform to promote and help them. And while we are sharing our methodology, again, like I said, in the spirit of knowledge sharing, but some of the other leading providers, most of us are already either using or are aware. So just for everybody's reference, and by area of practice, we've kind of categorized, be it custom development, data management, analytics, process mining, and others. So this is all great. I think if I were to, if I don't use this architecture slide, I think it just doesn't give me a good night's sleep. I think that these are some of the tools that all of us, just to put things to perspective and not make it feel like a research exercise of artificial intelligence. I mean, you truly can use some of these GRC software platforms or ERP data, just get extract the data, profile the data quality, mining, and this is exactly where the whole detailed analysis happens, data analytics. You're able to report, use RPA, but I would like to draw the audience attention to these bidirectional arrows where it goes in and out, and we're able to enhance and improve upon what the findings are. They go back to fix in the transactional applications and enhance the controls, which is what we call as continuous improvement, continuous monitoring. This is all great, but while we are implementing all of it, what do we need to watch out for? And this comes out of our years of experience. The challenges that the organizations bring. So again, going back to TK sir's comment, I don't think the profession will go away because it's not as easy as what I've shown these demonstrations to implement AI solutions. So the interventions are always required from the specialists. Clients are always busy. They're not just doing an audit job, or they're not just waiting for the next cool algorithm to be deployed. That's not their core business. So we need to be sensible of that when we are going in with such cutting edge technology. Does the client have that in-house capability? Will they be receptive of it, or change management? I think all of us know this very well. Some people are threatened that should technology come in, how do you kind of justify one's role or job description within an organization. So it is important that we are fully aware of the challenges an organization brings and what solutions they're looking for, so it becomes an informed discussion with clients. There are pertinent challenges. As I mentioned, I mean, artificial intelligence, it has been there since World War II. Why did it not become famous? I think there are a variety of reasons. Is it right today? I mean, if I were to quote George W. Box, he said, almost all models are wrong. Some are useful. And no kidding, it is true. If the variation changes, I mean, as much as we think that Google Maps can take us to the destination about right, it has improved over years. But if there are uncertainties, I mean, many a times I landed in a different place than where I had to go. And the reason I'm taking Google Maps is because we're living in a Google world, I almost feel. Google search, Google Maps, YouTube, whatnot, right? I mean, but the amount of research that goes behind it is immense. So it will be not just Audit 4.0 driven by AI, it will still be Audit 4.0 driven by esteemed professionals, whereas these technologies will become an enabler, trying to improve the quality of the audit. I would also like to say that while we're talking about challenges, I think TK sir made another important point about future belongs to those who are prepared. And yes, we have to prepare. We need to identify the levers of success. We need to prepare our clients, handhold them, and we need to have the right professionals, especially on our side, so we're not confusing the concept and we're not learning at the expense of the client. And hence, professionals who have experienced this, both success and learnings, are needed to be consulted. Now, the good news is that it's not very difficult. Organizations are not going to be just relying on AI for just internal audits, so the penetration is not going to be as difficult. If you look at it, I think there are a lot of other applications of artificial intelligence, and hence you should move in with confidence and call it glory. Where is AI going to be in about 2 years? Where is it now? If you were to think about almost, and if I were to even step back, not just today, right? I mean, a few years ago, we had to justify the use cases of UI versus where today clients are saying, hey, can you use latest technologies to be able to perform these audits? Can you use latest technologies to be able to, and they're using the terms like data science. They're saying we're hiring data scientists. We want you to use these techniques. I mean, I know bright talent in the academic world are authoring algorithms, and given the whole GitHub kind of open source platforms, you can truly democratize AI. And if someone's using Microsoft Outlook, it tells you today what the productivity is, how much time is somebody in a meeting, and if they are distracted. Just imagine all of these reports without hindering privacy. If they were to be leveraged, you can help your professionals grow without having to. I mean, HR as a function can evolve as well immensely, trying to give people their personal time and having a healthy work-life balance. And more than now than ever before, we all need it because we have so much of screen time. So with that, I would like to thank once again this audience, the body of IIA, for giving me this opportunity. I'm sure we'll all face the future with confidence. I would like to end by saying the future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed. Again, a famous quote from back in the years. If there are any questions,
Praveen, thank you so much. Wonderful session, very insightful, Praveen. Thank you so much. Praveen, there are a few questions. If you could just take time to answer those, please. Sure. The first question, which is there from one of the participants, is can you give a little more details around the OCR-based scanning and what is NLP-based reporting?
Okay. Okay. Should I take that question and answer first?
Please do.
Okay. So OCR is optical character recognition. It has improved over time. There are different ways to scan, and now the algorithms have become smarter to be able to recognize sometimes handwritings. The strokes are different if you were to think about each of us writing. So how do you classify that into the right alphabet and not confuse, because technology at the end of the day doesn't have the same level of human sense or intelligence. There are a lot of AI philanthropists who say that technology has time and again they did beat human beings, but yes, optical character recognition techniques are evolving. If you were to think about one of the other use cases, which is the number plate recognition, and that's why some of the governments are standardizing it. It's not as easy. I mean, the discipline is evolving. That's response to question number one. Question number two on NLP. If I understood the question right, what is NLP-based reporting? It's natural language processing. I think the reporting itself, or I believe the reporting itself happens through natural language generation. The difference between processing versus generation is how do you process natural language? I mean, one of the most common applications of natural language processing is a chatbot. How is a chatbot trained over years? It's given over time. It's fed a lot of training data, and when you type a question, the algorithm immediately processes the question, even if there are grammatical errors. Sometimes some advanced chatbots can interpret spell checks as well, and then be able to generate a response. And that's what is called NLP, NLG based reporting. Sunil, any other questions?
Yes, there is one last one, which says a little more details on NLP will be helpful, and how can auditors use it practically? I know partially you've responded to that, but in case you can elaborate that quickly, please. Thank you, Praveen.
Absolutely. I think natural language processing, if I were to go back to some of the use cases that I have shared through demo as well, the whole contract itself, the contract processing, there are algorithms. You don't have to start. So you can make a choice. You can hire somebody who's a machine learning professional. There are different techniques like Python, R. Somebody can write a piece of program. It can then go parse the entire document, and it can extract the data and construct data structures to be able to make sense out of it. You can use tools, techniques. There are a lot of algorithms that are available on leading service providers, cloud service providers, or there are independent solution vendors as well. You upload a document, it will give you a synopsis of it. It is as simple as that. I mean, think about some of the translate services that are available as well, and how do they happen? I mean, open source, you'll have to be careful about privacy, but some of the translators today, all they're doing is they take a document, they use a tool or a licensed tool or a technique. They then bring it out. If you were to work in a European region or in a Middle East region or any region where the language is beyond what we all usually speak English for business, then this is a great application, natural language processing.
Thank you, Praveen. I think that answers the question. Thank you so much, Praveen, and a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Praveen. On behalf of Hyderabad and Vizag chapters and audit clubs, a big thank you to you for the engaging presentation. Thanks again. With that said, all participants, we will be getting on to our next individual speaking session. George, thank you so much. Please take over.
Thanks. Hello, everyone. My name is George Kalyat, and I work as a director in Ernst & Young. Thank you, Praveen, for the wonderful topic for discussion. I'm sure all of us internal auditors are at various stages of technology upskilling, and your perspective on AI and ML was very informative. Now to my agenda. It's my honor and privilege to introduce Anirban Mukherjee, partner at Ernst & Young and leader of business consulting services in Hyderabad. He's going to talk to us on some of those emerging practices in internal audit. Anirban has more than 18 years of experience in advising domestic and international clients on governance, risk and compliance areas, risk-based internal audit, and process re-engineering. Currently, Anirban leads a team of 130 consulting professionals in Ernst & Young Hyderabad office. By qualification, Anirban holds a master's degree in economics from JNU and a diploma in business administration from NIMS. He's also a Six Sigma Green Belt certified professional. Over to you, Anirban. Thank you.
Good afternoon to my fellow professionals. Give me a second, and George, keep me honest.
Yes.
Hope I'm able to fourth
We
tab
can
on
see
my
your screen,
right.
everyone.
No, I'm trying to share my screen.
We can see your screen already, everyone. Oh, it
Okay,
was there
so
already.
are
Yeah,
you
it
able
was
to
there.
see
Now
the
it's gone.
presentation?
No, it was there earlier. Now it's
Not
gone.
any longer.
Yes.
It's back.
Now it's visible. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone, and hope all of you are doing good in these challenging times. I've been given about 35 minutes to share my experiences around the emerging leading practices in the field of internal audit that we are witnessing today. I'll try and summarize most of my experiences basis what I've been seeing myself, sitting in various boards and audit committees, as well as having participated in various forums with audit committee heads, board chairs, with the client C-suite to understand what's really crossing their mind. So the way I've tried to encapsulate my thoughts is try to set up the context around. If you look at the last 12 months or so in history, what's really different that we are seeing now? What are the leading trends and practices? Kind of a summarized version, keeping more so the COVID in mind. And then talk through about the leading practices and trends in detail around the internal audit mandate. What are the changes on the mandate side? What are the changes that we are seeing on the operating model side? What are the changes that we are seeing on the technology side? And most importantly, on the talent side. I'll try and see if there are questions that you have. I'll try and answer that. So first and foremost, I think there isn't a debate in anybody's mind today that we are witnessing the black swan event of the new decade. Right? And oft you would have heard people saying that the world is changing, right? But if you look at what we have all witnessed in the last 12 odd months globally, I think it's fair to say that the world has changed. And therefore, it is impacting clearly the people, process, technology elements in any organization. So almost whichever part of the business you are today, as the leadership team, as the operating team, you are focused and bothered about your people health and safety. You are worried about whether your operating model needs a redesign. You are worried about the supply chain risks and resilience that your business is witnessing. You're definitely worried about your liquidity management, the technology resilience that you have currently, and most importantly, I think the fraud and cybersecurity risks have really, been far more on our face than what we have seen in the past. The other trend that we are seeing is that you may be in a brick and mortar business, you may be in a digital business. I think across the size and shape of organizations, across sectors, organizations are investing very, very heavily in their digital and innovation side to rediscover their business models. So therefore, if you were to think about the Moore's law of exponential growth, I think that's kind of catching up with the brick and mortar businesses who would want to digitize their business. And if you were to layer the businesses into three parts, right? The first being just let me take sorry, I selected the wrong one. Yeah. If you look at the brick and mortar businesses that we have been exposed to in the past, mostly, right? The physical products where the information is enabled. Then the second layer of business where physical products where information-based revenue is the main business model. And then where information only products like all the social media platforms. So, the Uberization of the business that you would have seen. So historically, we have seen a lot more disruption happening here, whereas these organizations have been still looking at more traditional layers of businesses. With Moore's law catching up, I think in the last year or so, the amount of investment and focus that has gone into do an exponential growth on the information only products business segment for pushing in disruption has been significant. Notwithstanding that, keeping pace with that, even organizations in the brick and mortar businesses also have seen significant changes around the disruptions. Now, with these disruptions, what has happened is that there is definitely a change in the risk landscape that you are then exposed to. And some of the risks have now become more critical than it was ever before. Say, for example, your cyber resilience aspect that we talked about, the crisis response management system, your data privacy and security systems. What's your social media imprint and what risks are you exposed because of that? What's your supply chain resilience that you have what you have exposure to? Yeah, and merely the risks arising out of that entire restructured bricks, bytes, and behavior model, I think is an important aspect that all organizations are now having to deal with. And with that change in risk landscape, another aspect that is being very clearly witnessed is the velocity with which the risks are coming and impacting businesses have therefore changed because of the complexity and the nature of disruptions. So with this backdrop, I think it's fair to say that change therefore is clearly the only constant. And in this scenario, as auditors, as internal auditors, playing the role of one of the key assurance players in the overall governance mechanism, how do we maintain enough trust? How do we do enough at our end to be able to ensure that the system can maintain trust on us in this current COVID disruption process that we are witnessing? So we'll try and delve a little bit more on that aspect. So if you were to look at the movement from the old reality to the new norm, the new normal in internal audit, some of the immediate and now challenges that we have been seeing is, I'm sure most of you as fellow professionals have been facing this, that the audits that you have planned through the site visits or in-person interactions have significantly reduced. You are definitely depending more on the technology that you have or your client uses, the software support systems. I think are currently in use more than ever before. You're also, there is a challenge where the staff members and the decision makers are kind of maybe intermittently not available because of health related challenges. So that's an immediate and short term set of challenges that we are all exposed to, right? Plus, if you conjunct that with the existing level of pre-COVID challenges that typically internal audit as a profession was exposed to and had to answer, aspects like limited risk coverage, that today from an internal audit perspective we are not really covering the entire 9 yards of all risks that an organization is exposed to. We are not doing universally an entire population review. We are doing still sample reviews, so therefore it becomes challenging to give 100% assurance and play the assurance role adequately. The root cause analysis many a times seem not correct because the same or similar observations are coming up in the organization time and again. Our risk assessments being driven typically annually, it's kind of a static planning mode that we are driving our internal audit plans. And finally, we are still reporting on events that have happened in the past, so kind of a post-mortem, if you will. So overall, these are the set of challenges that we had in the past, plus juxtapose it with the new set of challenges that we are currently exposed to. So what are we hearing from the boardrooms and the audit committees? What's the expectation therefore from the internal auditors in this context? First and foremost, one of the clear expectations that we are seeing is that the independent directors, the audit committee chair, they would like more assurance from the internal auditors in this situation. So imagine a situation where your organization or your client, if you're in professional services and you're servicing clients, has made a significant set of relaxations and changes in rules to cope up with the current COVID situation. And then in that relaxed business scenario, you are forced to give an assurance that everything is running fine, that all controls have functioned as has been designed and as was expected to function. So quite an onerous task, right, for each one of us. There's also an expectation, therefore, that today, there's always this triangle that we say, right, that you will have to be an assurance provider, you would need to provide value to your clients, and you need to do this at a most optimal cost. So while the assurance lens has been more enhanced in the current context, there is still an expectation around you being a true business partner of the organization as an internal audit function. And therefore, whether your plans are really aligned with your business priorities and risks, are you really adding still value to the business with respect to savings, efficiencies, identification of the leakages? The usual set of challenges around business partnering role, right? And then the third hat is that, are you therefore being the controls, governance process, the third line of defense in an organization? Are you really contributing to strengthen the second line of defense in your setups, which is, are you therefore helping leverage your controls governance understanding to set the processes right through more leaner and agile processes, through implementation of more automation platforms? How are you able to avoid similar repetitive failures in the organization? And most importantly, are you really calibrating the performance excellence in the business processes and benchmarking it with the best in class in the industry? Now, along with that, you should do this through clearly embracing more technology. You would need to have the right people to do this and transform the way internal audit is currently being executed. So on the technology side, my previous speaker did cover a fair bit of that. I think there isn't a debate today in any boardroom or any C-suite discussion that organizations would need a more near real-time assurance rather than more delayed post-mortem assurances. And therefore, the expectation is to move towards 100% coverage, and therefore that's why I've written it as sample to ample. You would need to really give almost 100% assurance on the areas that you're auditing, and therefore many a time the documents are still manual, and therefore some of these technology tools that can, an optical reader or other similar tools that can digitize the information for you to then do any arithmetical operation on the data to get any insights out of it, I think becomes that much more important. In addition to that, there is definitely a lot of adoption of technology to change the way internal audit is communicating back to the organization, moving out from the standard report formats to more of videos and visuals. So that today, if you were to sit across the table and talk about multiple what-if scenarios with your business heads, you will be able to have a far more convincing point of view than what we used to have in our standard, PowerPoint, standard, Word, predefined format reports. Okay, so I think the technology is being ingested to breathe life into the communication platform to make internal audit far more relevant in the business melee. And finally, most organizations have started doing their investments around, in addition to the normal FTs that they have, addition of a digital audit FT. This is where your bot or a technology platform that is essentially doing a continuous control monitoring stuff is being augmented in the internal audit functions. So that's the first set of changes that is being very, very clearly being visible. There is also a rethink on the mandate that's happening in many organizations, because the role of the internal audit function itself is being debated hotly in terms of how much of policing vis-a-vis partnering you should do, how much of reactive vis-a-vis proactive role you should play in terms of identifying and, more importantly, predicting failures in your organization. And therefore, identifying the right set of KRIs, the key risk indicators in your organization, to be able to strengthen your first and second line of defense. And also, what's been the contribution of internal audit function in addressing the near risks and disruptions in the organization. So clearly, these are areas where there is significant amount of debate that we are witnessing across. And what I've tried to do here is essentially talk about a 2x2 matrix where the role between proactive, reactive, and partnering vis-a-vis policing, if you were to map. On the left-hand side, on the lower side, it's typically where the current view is. That in many organizations, still the expectation is that you need to run this as an assurance factory. While you run this as an assurance factory, there are add-ons that typically, as we discussed a while back, is there. So the challenge or the stress that internal audit functions are therefore having is how do you really maintain a balance between your fundamental role of an assurance giver with the role of a change agent or a business partner or a business counselor. So this next move, if you see, is where you are still reactive, you are still not predicting business changes, but you are partnering in your nature, where you're focusing on trends on why things are failing systematically. So you are still providing better insights than what the business is able to come up with. And therefore, your ability to do root cause, the ability to do benchmarks, the ability to come up with more razor sharp recommendations and initiate some of those changes and be the change agent becomes far more important as the immediate next step. And the journey then moves from there to somebody who therefore says that, look, I am taking a further step back and looking at the way my business itself is modeled. Let's say how my distribution chain is modeled, how my supply chain, how my sourcing is modeled, how am I recruiting my people, how am I planning my capex, and therefore in those cases how we are doing vis-a-vis how, let's say, our compete is doing, or other businesses which have been able to disrupt those business processes, how they have been able to successfully disrupt. Bring in the outside in view effectively back to your businesses to talk about those future topics, and then solicit a commonality to then say that today what's your readiness for, let's say, a crisis response, what's your readiness for bringing the bricks bytes behavior changes. And from there you move to that of a business counselor, where you are essentially trying to look at you are a trusted business advisor of your organization itself, where you are part of the business decision making process of and you are jointly evolving the new business model. So I think it's an onerous task, and therefore it is very important that in this journey you will find people across every organization who expect you to do all. There are few who will expect you to do more of the assurance factory role, and in combinations around thereafter. So therefore getting a common platform agreed becomes very important. And therefore, in this disruption setup, what we do, how we do it, and who does it, I think getting clarity around these three fundamental areas is very, very important. And you will only get clarity on these areas if we are able to have absolute clarity on our mandate, on the way we are going to operate our audit lifecycle, the technologies that we would use, and the talent we would use. And I will spend some time on this now, friends. First and foremost, on the mandate. I think the challenge has been in many organizations to not try and evolve a clear IA strategy and a value charter and develop that charter and get people in the decisioning making bodies to agree on the role of the internal auditor. In case in your setups you have not still got the charter done, I think it is very important. And along with the charter, you can also create a value scorecard to be able to be very transparent to measure how effectively you are performing. The other aspect that we are struggling with in many organizations is this aspect of positive assurance. Historically, internal audit has always focused on giving you more of exceptions and exception reports. Whereas there is a significant move towards providing more and more positive assurance, and typically audit committee chairs, independent directors would love to see internal audit play a more active role around that. Now, it's quite an onerous task to provide positive assurance when you're doing sample testing. And therefore, how do you really look at the entire universe of transactions? And how do you create tools and platforms through which you will be able to do your what could go wrongs appropriately, to be able to opine adequately on before you give a positive assurance, I think is an extremely important aspect. What is going to be a mix of leveraging on the control self-assessment and the other tier 2 control, the second layer of controls that the business is using, I think is very important. And therefore, as an internal audit function, there is only going to be a finite time, finite budget, and finite resources that you will have. To be able to have a clear mandate on what you are going to leverage on and what are you going to perform yourself, I think is a very, very important task. Along with that, undertaking certain thematic reviews, undertaking audit plan in a way that is more dynamic rather than static, so that you are essentially doing almost a quarterly plan with a directional plan set for the year, I think is more or less what a leading trend in most leading organizations we are seeing today around the globe. The second aspect around the operating model is on the entire aspect of execution side, where how you're integrating your process, technology, and people elements while you're doing your audit becomes very, very important. Still, we see in many organizations in an internal audit exercise, the focus is overarchingly more on the process or at times some of the technology gaps. Seldom we see that today when somebody is, let's say, doing a supply chain review, is also able to do a very detailed ASCP review, or when somebody is doing an HR review, they hire to retire review, somebody is able to do an HRMS in review in detail. And then apart from the people and the process and the technology part, the people behind the controls around identification of root causes vis-a-vis identification of symptoms and reporting of symptoms, I think is again a clear ask and a weakness that we see in many internal audit reports. Most of us try and identify the symptoms and conclude, rather than doing a diagnosis of the people process tech side, and also most importantly, looking at the people behind the control side. And therefore, in the report itself, how we are encapsulating the positive assurances, how we are capturing, storyboarding our observations, how we are ensuring periodical reports are being shared with the business heads and the leadership team rather than waiting for a quarterly report cycle through flash reports, and how we are able to do benchmarking with sector insights would essentially determine how matured we are in our internal audit journey. On the technology side, there are multiple bespoke IT systems which organizations are using today. I'm sure most of you have got some level of technology that you're already using, be that Alteryx, or any other, quantum analytics tool. And then you're essentially using some of these visualization tools to project the output, be that a Power BI, Tableau, or any of these other platforms. Important part would be that how do you really string this entire continuous control monitoring and ensure that certain things go to the business heads on a periodic basis, certain things go to the controllership layer, and certain things that need to be independently investigated by the internal audit function needs to be clearly articulated as part of the technology journey, implementation journey. And finally, and most importantly, on the talent side, how internal audit teams are planning to reskill their teams, bring in subject matter resources, deploy the bots, have people with data knowledge within their teams, and leverage people from the business as guest auditors are still, the most of it you would have seen in the past also. I think barring more and more prevalence of a digital FTE and data scientists, which are now slowly being impregnated as part of most teams. And then how do you really, nurture this entire people model through a very robust learning and development platform where you essentially, upskill and cross-skill your team members? I think is clearly, the leading practice. From a continuous auditing standpoint, some of the things that we have, as I mentioned a while back, that we are seeing is one is organizations to identify the universe of the various anti-fraud controls, the fraud scenarios, integrated with the ICOFAR controls or the IFC controls that they have, the various detect controls like reconciliations that the business is using. Take the data from your underlying ERP engine, run your set of algorithms, and once you have done that, ensure that these dashboards on the pre-identified KPIs, KRAs are published to the business on an ongoing basis. The fraud indicators are given to the second line of defense so that they can also independently have a look at it. If the nature of the alerts are such that needs further investigation, that's when, today the third line of defense of the internal audit function needs to really step in. I would give another example here. In one of these setups for the year, the last year or so, which kind of experienced the worst of pandemic disruptions, the whistleblower mechanism had not resulted in any material complaints that was captured through that mechanism and reported. So there was a question from the audit committee chair that therefore is that mechanism being compromised? And as an internal auditor, what is your view around that? Okay. The second aspect was also focused around, identification of the various unusual transactions or transaction patterns, that the business has witnessed in this period of time, whether it indicates any material fraud or not. And I think it becomes very difficult when many of the control environments are loosened to ensure that your business disruptions are minimized. To map that with unusual transaction types becomes very, very difficult. But I think, this is a platform that I think is a need of the hour. So until unless you supplement continuous auditing, continuous controls monitoring along with your internal audit efforts, meeting the expectations of the audit committees and the independent directors is becoming a challenge. So the format that we have reconciled in our heads is to continue the traditional assurance, look at process improvement, shared services, at the same time focus and partner with the business on the newer projects, look at the technologies that are being used and implemented by the business, understand the technology very, very well, deeply, the control elements of it, the points of failure, where false positives could come up, and adequately tweak your audit plan and audit approach to ensure that there are no slippages. From a scoping perspective, if you were to map between 2018 to today, couple of areas that are clearly, coming up in scope and being hotly debated and with a lot of interest is there. Areas around cybersecurity, around disaster recovery and resilience, around social media, around digital and mobile risks, around data privacy, around third-party management, around large projects that the business wants to, embark on data leakages and on cloud computing. So you would see how typically the focus is changing and shifting, and the expectations changing from the internal audit function. It is also important that in today's melee, if you have to play an effective role of a good governance player, it is important that you are able to do an audit convergence. Therefore, leverage the insights that are coming up from the risk management function, the compliance function. In your organization, if you have a separate internal controls function, the IT, the legal and regulatory, as well as the external audit, and you finally integrate all this in one platform to give one version of truth and one version of insight for the organization to work upon. I think the audit convergence is clearly, more and more being felt as a mandate, as a requirement by large complex organizations in today's world. When you are looking at control self-assessment reassurance from the auditor standpoint, typically what we would do in a control self-assessment is the data would come, control parameters would be identified, pre-identified. Once you run the reports, the exception reports would come up, those dashboards come up, the control owners would get the reports, and then from there, you kind of do a check around some of these samples to see whether the reporting is adequate and appropriate by the control owners, as well as the exceptions are rightly being mitigated, the risks are rightly being mitigated. Couple of key considerations post COVID-19 that has really come up to light, and also from the ICOFAR and IFC standpoint. Expectations that an internal auditor needs to focus on the following areas of opining on the control environment. First and foremost, reviewing the management review controls. Whether the management review controls are being loosened, especially with remote working, especially with roles and segregation of duty controls being loosened up. Therefore, I think it becomes very, very important that the management review controls are stress tested. The accounting judgment controls, especially on the areas of bad debt provision, any of the inventory provisions or impairment of the intangible assets, etc. I think clearly an area where we are seeing the independent directors have very detailed discussions with the internal audit function to solicit their own independent views. If there is a joint venture or an associate, typically the accounting controls thereby, because many a time these controls could be outside your main accounting, your main ERP, and there could be done through satellite systems, and only the consolidation happens in one platform. So therefore the input controls and the accounting controls becomes very important there. The transaction processing controls, and here's another example I wanted to share with all of you. In one of the audits, it was identified like there's a vendor, and there's a significant amount of advance that is being given to the vendor, not as a loan, but as a business advance, as an advance for purchase. The money gets repaid the last day of the every quarter, and then so that in your quarterly checks you're not able to see any of those trends, and then in the first 2 to 3 days of the next month, the money is again rerouted back. So are you really seeing transactions over a period of time? Are you seeing only transactions over a certain point of time? Becomes extremely important for you to have the right set of opinion provided. The cash payment controls, the automated business controls, any process that you're outsourcing to any of the service providers, be that payroll, be that APAR, or any of the GLs that are being outsourced, I think it is important to have the input-output controls really mapped well and reviewed, especially in the COVID-19 situation, because the controls around the service provider itself may have been, revisited, or maybe, weakened in the current situation. Obviously, there are challenges around insider trading concerns, around key person dependency, especially around super user accesses being given to a lot of people in this period of time, and that not being suitably amended after that period. And finally, and most importantly, the cybersecurity resilience environment, because there is a lot of remote working happening, how that is being managed by the organizations. I've talked about a couple of other very important controls that we are seeing in the area of revenue, inventory, and treasury management. Specifically with respect to physical verification of inventories and fixed assets. I'm sure as auditors, you would have experienced it now where you would have used some of these video-based technologies to essentially do a PV during the various quarter ends or period ends. So therefore, before doing that, how much detailed planning you have done with respect to mapping the physical locations with the SAP stroke your in-house ERP location, and ensuring that the rollback processes are very clearly defined and adhered to. I think it becomes very, very important because you would do that over a point of time, and then you would do the rollback to the period ends. There are many challenges that organizations have faced in this area, especially with various data dependencies on officers in effective areas. To get a data synchronized on a particular date becomes extremely challenging, especially with brick and mortar companies with large distribution networks. So it becomes very, very difficult there. In the areas of revenue, especially the collectability of the various sales considerations, looking at the underlying contracts to see what kind of contractual risks are embedded and the kind of impact that these future contracts would have on the revenue recognition. The modification and cancellation of the existing revenue contracts, and also if there is any impact of force majeure clauses and any legal obligations that the business is exposed to. I think this becomes extremely important as an auditor for you to check and opine on. On the treasury side, I think I'm sure you would be reviewing the loan covenant postures and seeing whether there is adherence to this. But most important, please do evaluate whether the presentation of the volatility impact on account of fair value can be treated as an exceptional item. I think is a very, very important area to consider. And on the inventory side, the net realizable value of the inventories under AS2, the deferred tax recoverability of the deferred tax assets under AS12, the remaining useful life of the residual PPE, and few of the other areas, I think is very, very important that you do focus on and provide a report to the audit committee chair. Along with that, you need to also focus on your disclosures. If there are any high level uncertainties that you see which can impact the outcome, and therefore the assumptions that you have made could essentially need to be reconsidered at the period end, needs to be reviewed and ensured that it is adequately disclosed by the organization. Along with this, the other area, as I said, on positive assurance, I've tried to give a snapshot of a report here where we are seeing audit committees to specifically talk about what has been the experience of the internal audit process around, let's say, all the green dots that you're seeing, that you have not found any material observation there, be that, let's say, on this case, material changes to the master have all been adequately approved, credit master controls have been there, etc. So for you to represent to some format all the controls that have functioned appropriately, I think is important. And therefore, as I mentioned this in the very beginning, that you need to be very sure that you have done enough audit, you have looked into enough samples to be able to give a positive assurance to the audit committee chair and the audit committee. Along with this, clearly, having more and more interactive dashboards as part of your report to showcase various what-if scenarios while you're discussing the observations with the audit committees, with the independent directors, with the C-suite, is also something that we are witnessing today. And finally, all the action plans that are there, ensuring that those action plans are being tracked till the implementation stage, and the efficacy of those implementations are being reviewed adequately, through various online platforms. We call it the Accelerator in our organization. In similar tools that you're using, I think even if there are no tools, I think it's highly recommended that you use our technology platform so that there is continuity of track, because I'm sure you will be exposed to attrition in your teams. It becomes very difficult to really know, both at the auditee and the auditor end, with people moving on, what's really been done and what was vis-a-vis what was supposed to be done by the business. Finally, on the people model, we always were a team of core internal auditors with sector specialization. With that, we slowly moved into getting people or reskilling our people with data analytics and visualization skills. From there, the introduction of a digital FT, a bot, or a robotics process automation, or bringing in AI in your data analytics platform got introduced. And from there, in addition, adding the various subject matter resources around compliance specialist, treasury specialist, people platform specialist, or sectoral specialist is typically the skill mix that we are seeing internal audit functions evolve to. That's what I wanted to present with all of you. Thank you so much. If there are questions, I would attempt to answer that.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for your time. I do not see any questions here. Yeah, one question. No, there are no questions at this point. One question I had from my side, Anirban, is have you had experience in reviewing COVID-related expenses? Because some of these expenses are very arbitrary and might not have followed the regular procurement process. So what's been your experience in that?
So I think, George, was that you who asked this question, George?
That's me. Yeah.
Okay. So yes, I think we have had this experience around reviewing the COVID-related expenses. I think the first and foremost important thing is first to identify where your expenses have been incurred which are not in line with your existing rules and regulations. First, essentially, coming down to that list of targeted exceptions. And I think it is important to then sit across the table over a call to understand and agree with the business whether the head of function was aware about it, was it pre-approved, was it in the design, control design of the organization, and then take a case-by-case call. Because in many of the cases, we have seen wrongdoings. We have also at the same time, we have seen organizations having taken a lot of exceptions which they have not documented as a policy. So it has been debated and agreed within, let's say, the C-suite or maybe the functional heads, but as a policy matter not been documented and rolled out. So therefore, it is very important that you take a conscious call by sitting across the table rather than concluding it overnight that it is a control failure.
Okay, thank you, Anirban. Thanks for your time, Anirban.
Can I, sorry, can I butt in and ask a question, Anirban?
Sure, sir.
Yes, Manan, please.
Okay, see, in this post-pandemic era, I mean, it's not a post-pandemic, we are still going through the pandemic era. How do you look at the ERM process, the enterprise risk management process, where the management, how far the management has taken into the account the pandemic risk, the post-pandemic, or the survival during the pandemic era, and what are the risks, the businesses and operational risks they face during the post-pandemic era? So how do you, I mean, how often or how deep would you look at the ERM system?
Mr. Menon, very, very pertinent question. And if you look at the control convergence discussion that I was doing a while back, you would see that in most matured organizations which have an ERM function or a matured ERM framework, they have almost mandated a relook into that framework to ensure whether the black swan events and the fact that the velocity of risk is far more than what businesses have experienced in the past. In that situation, relooking at the risks and thinking and ensuring that the risks that matter, the key risks that the business needs to focus on, are adequately identified. In many of those functions, they have expected internal audit to be part and parcel of that entire exercise. In many of those cases, they expect internal audit to come and do a review of that to opine on how in-depth that exercise has been undertaken. That is one. The other part where we see is that today, leveraging on that ARM platform on doing a risk assessment for your internal audit, I think is now is being undertaken far more than what I have as a professional seen in the past, which to my mind is a move in the right direction. So if you were to look at your COSO 2017 ARM framework about the 17 principles, I think it is absolutely so beautifully articulated there that some of those questions, if the businesses were to ask today, I think to identify where they feel potential weaknesses, which need a separate independent eye as the third line of function to go and review independently, comes out very, very succinctly. So I think on both these counts, sir, I do see a lot of merit in focusing a lot on the ERM structure today, in today's day and age.
So Anirban, this is Tinku Pandya here. I have also had a question.
Tinku,
So,
your voice is very low, Tinku.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Better?
Yeah, I can hear you, but it's very low.
Okay. I'll make an attempt to increase the volume. Yeah. So, first of all, Anirban, thank you very much for this interesting presentation. Very valid insights and inputs. Really appreciate of that. So, one point which you mentioned that in today's world, when you are sitting across the board and audit committees, so board is expecting you to provide more assurance, and also we at the same time we are facing a challenge of not able to visit physically the sites and all.
Correct.
So just wanted to know in your approach, what different you have done or anything moving away from your traditional approach in this time. What kind of approach you have followed so that's to provide increased assurance to the board?
Very good. So, Tinku, I think again, very, very pertinent question. It's a live issue that we are facing almost as professionals every quarter of our lives. One of the things that we have attempted to do is ensure that there is clarity and agreement on the scope, which is agreed in the IIA charter itself. So, if you look at it as a professional, I have always advocated a concept that it is better to go a mile deep, then cover a mile wide and an inch deep, especially in today's time and age. So therefore it is far better to go and share to the audit committee saying that this is what we have done, but what we have done, we have gone to very, very in-depth analysis. If these are the risks that we have focused on, in most of the cases, Tinku, what I am seeing is that the pre-audit committees nowadays is actually focusing a lot more on your what could go wrongs, not on your audit report. So let's say there's a 2-hour window for a pre-audit committee discussion with the audit committee chair. An hour and a half goes on what you have actually done, which is not there as part of your report. So I think that is clearly indicative of the risk perception that is there in the minds of the independent directors. And therefore, for an internal auditor to stand and say that I have done everything possible under the sun, and therefore I am giving you a positive assurance on everything, I think becomes very, very onerous.
Right. Thank
so
you.
sharp definition of scope and holding good on what you have done, I think is right now, I think far more important. And prioritizing also your efforts, where you have to focus.
Right. Thanks very much for the perspective. Thank you, Anirban.
Thanks. Anirban, there is this one question from Anil Bansal. He wants to know, after completion of internal audit and presentation of final report, at what level follow-up action report is being generally done? Is it that ATRs, we need to have full scope and the sample size guidance on ATR is what his question is?
Okay, I think again, very important question that you're raising. Typically, ATR becomes the least priority in most audit functions, because look at the way we run our internal audit functions, whether it is a professional service setup or it's an in-house setup. You get a lot of sabashi when you come up with brilliant observations and you do a great audit in the predefined time period, etc. And there's a lot of gaga over that. But typically the junior most person in the setup is asked to do the follow-up audits, where it becomes routinized, and if you have these IT platforms, it will send a reminder to the person. Most of the time it is a self-declaration, and then you will go and take a few samples, and more often than not, you will restrict yourself to only the sample that needs to be taken to opine on that particular what could go wrong, not any other related what could go wrong. So assuming that there is one control and that control has multiple risks attached to it, you would just look at maybe the key risk there and maybe only the key control, not even the preceding or the succeeding control. Now with this narrow view, while you may still be able to give some aspect of whether the business has taken effort to implement the control, but to provide a control assurance when the expectation is to provide more control assurance becomes very challenging, as you would imagine. So in those cases, it is important that for all risks which are high, medium, or let's say critical, high, medium, depending on the classification you follow in your setup, it is advisable for you to do almost a re-audit in those particular sub-processes, rather than just come and do a 10, 15, 20 sample or a 30 sample check of only that one particular control failure. And if there are far too many control failures in a particular area, it is definitely advisable that you go and do a re-audit of that area in the subsequent period, either that year or in the next year, before you take it out of your radar.
Okay, thank you, Anirban. Thanks for that answer. One more question has come up.
Sorry, George. I think that the tug of war will always be with the auditee and the board or the independent directors, because here is an independent director sitting and expecting, let's say, George to give a 100% assurance on, let's say, procure to pay review. And let's say, it's a pharma company that does a lot of, let's say, solvent purchase, and there were maybe weaknesses around solvent recovery, solvent purchases, etc. And then the auditee does not want again to be re-audited because there has been an audit done in the past. So I think to some extent, the tone needs to be elevated at this stage for the business to also know and acknowledge why a re-audit in some areas are required.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for that insight, Anirban. One more question has come in with respect to the management request for annual audit plan. What is the correct mix from a management side? What kind of inputs we should take when we are planning for an annual audit scope or areas of audit? That's a question asked by Ganesh.
Thanks, Ganesh, for that. I think, look, there is no one right answer to this. There are most organizations that are currently following a 60-40, 70-30 rule, where about 60 to 70% of the audit plan is frozen at the beginning of the year, with directionally the areas that need to be reviewed is agreed upon, so that budgetary allocations can suitably done. But the exact nature of which areas to be audited are being revisited almost on a quarterly basis. The most matured organizations would like to have a broad contour of the number of audits to be done in a year agreed, but which audits to be done to be evaluated at the end of every quarter. Basis the kind of risk analytics, the CCM output, the other audits that are happening, the business focus. So it becomes a far more rigorous process rather than an annual exercise like your annual budgeting cycle.
Okay, thank you. And would there be a lot of change expected because of the pandemic situation? Do you foresee the change in the mix?
At least, so George, at least in, let's say, the 34 audit committees that I am associated with, I do see almost in 100% cases where the audit plan has undergone significant change given the pandemic scenario.
Okay, thank you, Anirban. Thanks for your time. Thanks for your wonderful insight.
Thank you.
Over to you, Sunil.
Sunil, thank you. Thanks, fellow professionals. Stay safe and stay well.
Thank you, Anirban. Extremely insightful session. Thanks again. Thank you, George.
Thank
Great.
you.
So all the participants just wanted to share that our guest of honor, Ms. Ranjana Kumar, was not able to make it due to an emergency. That's the reason why we were just hoping that even if you're able to squeeze some time in later of the day, we wanted to have her, but then we've got a confirmation that's not possible. So with that said, we got started with TK, followed by Praveen and a session from Anirban. We are going to be taking a break, a small tea break right now, and we are going to reconvene at 16:20, 4:20 p.m. So we'll just take a short 12-minute break and reconvene at 4:20. So thank you so much, and then we look forward to see you again at 4:20. Thank you.
At Protivity, we ensure your business is future ready as we collaborate to solve problems with innovation at its heart. Your trusted advisors for business and technology consulting, internal audit, data, and digital transformation. We are global and truly independent, delivering confidence in a dynamic world. That's Protivity.
How can audit automation let you stop chasing and start accelerating? Now, more than ever, it's vital organizations take a digital-first approach. EY Smart Automation uses leading-edge technology to digitally support the audit delivery model through centralization, standardization, and automation. Integrated within EY Canvas, the profession's first globally connected online audit platform, the EY Canvas Automation Hub includes EY apps created with leading-edge automation technology, seamlessly driving automation at scale, improving consistency and quality through standardized audit work papers and procedures, and enhancing project management with real-time updates.
Welcome to Brandix India Apparel City, a 1,000-acre park dedicated to textile and apparel manufacturing, located in the predominantly developed city of Visakhapatnam or Vizag in the state of Andhra Pradesh, India. The inspired creation of Brandix, Sri Lanka's single largest apparel manufacturer. Brandix India Apparel City or BIAC is an eco-friendly and ultra-modern facility equipped with a multitude of infrastructure and benefits that enable highly efficient textile and apparel manufacturing. BIAC is the next frontier in apparel and textile manufacture, offering an innovative and unique opportunity to its value chain partners as well as unmatched value to its investors.
At Protivity, we ensure your business is future ready. As we collaborate to solve problems with innovation at its heart. Your trusted advisors for business and technology consulting, internal audit, data, and digital transformation. We are global and truly independent, delivering confidence in a dynamic world. That's Protivity.
The IIA presents the Annual Global Footprint Report, a reflection of the collective activities of IIA affiliates, each of whom brings valuable contributions, depth, and diversity to our global association. Currently, our worldwide network extends across 6 regions in more than 170 countries and territories. One of our continued goals is to expand our global footprint through partnerships in underserved areas of the world. Each year, we hope to welcome additional new affiliates to our network. This mirrors our recent membership growth of more than 200,000 members and more than 100 affiliates. This also reflects the linguistic and cultural diversity of our network, with more than 40 languages spoken among our members. To serve
Welcome to Brandix India Apparel City, a 1,000-acre park dedicated to textile and apparel manufacturing, located in the predominantly developed city of Visakhapatnam or Vizag in the state of Andhra Pradesh, India. The inspired creation of Brandix, Sri Lanka's single largest apparel manufacturer. Brandix India Apparel City or BIAC is an eco-friendly and ultra-modern facility equipped with a multitude of infrastructure and benefits that enable highly efficient textile and apparel manufacturing. BIAC is the next frontier in apparel and textile manufacture, offering an innovative and unique opportunity to its value chain partners as well as unmatched value to its investors.
How can audit automation let you stop chasing and start accelerating? Now, more than ever, it's vital organizations take a digital-first approach. EY Smart Automation uses leading-edge technology to digitally support the audit delivery model through centralization, standardization, and automation. Integrated within EY Canvas, the profession's first globally connected online audit platform, the EY Canvas Automation Hub includes EY apps created with leading-edge automation technology, seamlessly driving automation at scale, improving consistency and quality through standardized audit work papers and procedures, and enhancing project management with real-time updates.
Good afternoon, all. I think we'll get to start our session right now, post our tea break. So, welcome, Mr. Subhash, and Lakshman, over to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunil. Good evening, everyone, and welcome for the next session at IIA Hyderabad annual conference. This is with respect to a panel discussion on internal audit and expectation of key stakeholders in the new normal. And being a panel discussion, we have a moderator and panelists. So would like to introduce moderator, Mr. Banu Prakash. So Banu is a partner in risk practice of Grant Thornton Bharat, covering Hyderabad and Bangalore locations. Banu is a chartered accountant, has a qualified CISA, and has completed EGMP program from IIM Bangalore as well. He comes with overall 20 years experience in risk consulting and specializes in the areas of corporate governance, risk-based internal audits, ERMs, etc. And Banu is also a member of a global governance leaders group of Grant Thornton International, which conducts research on emerging trends in corporate governance. And corporate governance is a topic which is very close to his heart. And he has also authored several articles and workshops on corporate governance, and is also a regular speaker on the topic. And Banu is also actively involved in advocacy of internal audit profession, and he has also held the position of president of the Institute of Internal Auditors Bangalore chapter. So over to you, Banu, and for the exciting panel discussion.
Thanks, Lakshman. I think just a quick check. I can see Subhash. Subhash, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi, Banu. Good evening. I can hear you well.
Oh, great. Mr. Venkat, I can see him in the panel list, but I don't see him on the video, on the audio.
I think he needs to unmute himself.
I think some logistics challenge. And Mahat. Mr. Venkat, we can't hear you. I can see you in the panel list. Lakshman, did it go to Mahat?
Yes.
Mr. Venkat,
can you please unmute the panelists, please, in case you can do it from the back end?
Yeah, it's unmuted, sir. Sir has to rejoin. I think there is some issue with his system.
Venkat, would request you to probably rejoin, please.
Technology challenge. Please give a minute.
Yeah.
This is one of the risks if you need to manage when you run a webinar. Lakshman, maybe you can give a call offline once. Just check.
Sure.
can see Venkat online. Venkat, will you go to unmute and switch on the video, please?
Mr. Venkat, we can see that you're on mute. Could you please, are you able to hear us?
Somebody's come online.
It's coming up. It's coming up, Banu. I think it's got a bandwidth issue, so it's possibly spooling a little slow, but I can see Mr. Venkat's video coming up slowly.
Okay.
While I still can't hear him.
There we are. I think as auditors, probably we should audit this process in any of the future events. Venkat, we can't still hear you.
I think we do have these challenges when we get onto webinars and online sessions.
Yes. I'm sorry.
No, I can understand because we're on calls throughout the day, and I mean, I don't think even a day passes well. At least one call, there will be at least one individual who has a challenge.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll probably, in the interest of time, at least let me do a quick introduction, set the context, so that I don't think away the next.
Looks like it's coming on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Venkat, can you hear us?
No, we still can't hear Venkat. Venkat, can you please? I think, Banu, it may be a good idea to get started with introductions as you suggested. While in the background, we'll still try and get balanced. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Thank you. I think Mahad has got it. Yeah. Great. I would say probably it's just in the beginning of evening. Good evening, everybody. I think it has been a wonderful conference till now. But for this initial challenge of I'll definitely I'm sure we'll have a great session as well. And also thank you IIA Hyderabad chapter for giving me this opportunity to moderate the panel. An interesting, a very exciting panel titled Expectation of Key Stakeholders from Introducers in the New Normal. I think a lot of points which got discussed or presented in the previous sessions will have some linkages, and I'll try to make it as seamless as possible. We have originally 45 minutes duration, of which I had planned 5 minutes for introduction, 30 minutes for Q&A, last 10 minutes for 30 minutes for discussion, and last 10 minutes for Q&A. Let me see how much I can cope up with that. We have senior professionals who have joined us for the panel discussion today. I'll probably introduce them one by one. Let me start with Subhash. Subhash is a finance director and board member of Dell India. He's a chartered accountant and cost accountant by qualification. He leads the accounting function, is a country leader for accounting function in Dell India. He's also responsible for the accounting shared service center out of India, and also the finance lead for strategic initiatives on M&A. Welcome, Subhash.
Thank you, Banu.
I'll go ahead with introduction of other two panelists, hoping that they should be able to join by the time I complete the introduction. The other panelist is Mahadevan Naramani, called as Mahad. He's a senior advisor with TPG Growth. Mahad is an IIT Madras and I am Lucknow alumni. Mahad, I guess you have joined. Can you switch on the video and audio, please? I got a message from Mahad that he has joined. I can't still see him in the panelist. Lakshman, you have some work to do. Quickly check, please. Mahad, it focuses on life science investments of TPG Growth. He has served as a TPG nominee director on many of the investments of TPG. Prior to TPG, Mahad was with Grant Thornton as the advisory practice leader, including focused on healthcare and license practice. Welcome, Mahad. I think I'll to join. Last but not the least, the last panelist is Mr. Venkatram V, Managing Director and CEO of Seedworks International. Venkat holds a postgraduate diploma in rural management from Anand University and also a graduation from in dairy technology. He's a senior agriculture over 28 years of experience in seed crop protection and crop nutrition industry spread across multiple regions, India, Asia Pacific, and Africa. Prior to Seedworks, he has worked with many multinationals, including Monsanto, DuPont, Advanta, and Deepak Fertilizers. That's an introduction. I'm just hoping that other two will be able to join. I'll do a quick check. Mahad, Venkat, are you able to hear me? Able to join? Okay, technology is still giving us a challenge. We'll start. As you can see, like the idea of this panel was to bring in investors, board members, CEO and CFO to sort of get a diverse view on the expectation from auditors. Due to the pandemic, there is a change in the way we live, the way we run business, of course, the way we do audits as well. And I think the technology adoption has definitely got advanced by many years, if not by a decade. As the pandemic hit, everybody went back to the drawing board in terms of redefining many of the strategies, the way they work, revise their gears, change their priorities. Auditors also revise their plan, priorities, and audit methodology. It has been a year since we are all working in the new normal. And I thought probably it's the right time for us to sort of look back to see what changes happened, what are the priorities for the future, what the leaders have in mind for the future, and how we can, as auditors, can support in achieving those priorities, and how we can sort of also factor some of them in the internal audit. I think with this background, I'll start with a pretty open-ended question first. I'll start with you, Subhash. As a board member, as a finance head, what do you believe are the key priorities for business for the coming year, and what support you are looking from internal auditors?
Thank you, Banu. So, I mean, of course, the focus is continuing to be on the market, the customer, and ensuring we serve the customer the way they need and fulfill the requirements out there. And yes, I mean, every organization is looking to improve their market share and do better. I mean, so having said that, but when you look at the risks, I think a lot has changed in the last 1 year. So like you rightly said, it's about an year since we started when we had the lockdown, and then we went, everybody started working remote. When we first put that out, I mean, I don't think people thought it's going to take a year. I mean, everybody had their own timeline in their mind. It could vary from 2 weeks to 2 months to 6 months. And we were actually playing it by a quarter. And then it took us quite some time for us to sink in that it's actually going to take much longer than the time estimate that we all had in mind. So with that, there are a couple of things. See, I think everybody went remote without planning. Nobody had planned this. I mean, I don't think any of the BCRPs that we had also had it in this level of detail. Yes, we had your BCRP plans may have kind of said that a particular function may go, one particular site may go down, you may have floods and natural calamity and things like that. So we don't expect the whole globe to operate in this fashion. So it's been, I would say, a pretty sudden and unplanned way of getting into it. So I don't think there was any time to kind of understand or look at the risks involved and how have we done it. So it's definitely an important area where I would expect the internal auditors to kind of help and look at it and then tell us how does the controls framework look like? I mean, the controls framework that we had built, is it still valid for the way we operate? And we'll end up being in a hybrid situation in some time. But for a hybrid situation, then again, you cannot go back to the earlier framework. So we may still need to have a mix. So does it meet the requirement when you're working remote as well as working in the office or in a hybrid situation, whatever model it is? So how do we go and look at it and get our controls framework in place so that it still stays relevant? That is one. The second aspect is one of the most important things that has happened is employee health and safety. I mean, that has always been important for organizations, but the amount of criticality that we see because of this whole pandemic situation, I think it has increased it multiple times, because it is not just now about the employee health and safety at the workplace. It goes a lot beyond. I mean, what if a person is impacted? When we talk about, I mean, things in India have opened up. We can see people going out in the streets. Yes, right now their numbers are going up, but till a couple of weeks back, if you go to restaurants, you go to movie halls, you go to shopping malls, I mean, you can see people everywhere on the road. So I know some teams, many organizations and many teams, we have also started going out for team lunches. Now we need to also keep those things in mind. For example, I mean, so what happens if a whole team gets impacted? I mean, gets affected? I mean, so so those are the kinds of risks. For example, I'm thinking about when I talk about EHS, but there may be a lot more. So I think definitely we would expect that the internal auditors are working with the management, being part of the advisory and looking at our risk framework to kind of help and identify these newer areas of risk and how do we go and address that.
Thanks, Subhash. I think sort of what I'm hearing is there are a lot of uncharted territories. We need to sort of see how we can explore that, see how we can enable management in sort of viewing through some of those risks and sort of give an assurance that yes, whatever has been implemented is working fine, or if not, what are the areas for improvement. I guess it sort of also looks at in terms of how agile are the audit methodology, how well the management and internal is able to collaborate, think through, and identify all the risks which can be acted upon. I think that's one thing which is clearly emerging in the conversation. I had a few things I wanted to get a similar view from on similar question from Mahat and Venkat. I don't see they're able to still join. I guess we'll sort of move from a panel discussion to day-to-day between Subhash and me. But
I mean, they are experts. Yeah, Banu, they are experts in their own field. I mean, I don't think I can be I can step into their shoes because for their expertise, but I will definitely do what I can from my side.
Sure. Thanks, Subhash. So, Subhash, I think one, you talked as a CFO. If I have to really, just sort of also extend this conversation, having you had this conversation with the CEO, I'm sure with your business leaders, what is bothering them? What are the things which they are, what is keeping them awake at night? If you can just throw some more light on this piece.
See, it's again, how are my customers operating? Because that also becomes important for us, because it's not just, we can't keep thinking about ourselves. How does the customer keep a shop running? I mean, especially when in the industry that we are in, and we know in this situation that every organization is dependent on their IT infrastructure being in place. I mean, only then that becomes so critical for people to be able to work from home. So how are we able to meet the requirements of the customer, what the customers need? How can we help them to ensure that they continue to run their business the way they want it? I mean, it's because a lot of we've been talking to a lot of our customers. I mean, if you look at non-IT companies, not everybody was geared up for us. I mean, for an organization like Dell, yes, we would obviously have a lot of laptops that we can always issue to our employees at any point of time, and that's what happened. I do know of organizations where they were not ready and they could not, and procuring it takes time. So they had even identified and classified people to kind of say that, hey, you're a frontline, so let's take the laptops and give it to the frontline guys, and the back office guys, you hold on for some time and we'll try to find different ways of trying to solve your problem. I mean, those are all very short-term things. So how can we go and partner with our customers and help them assess the overall infrastructure and risk and work with them? So that's one of the key things that we definitely looking at, and we are expecting that because of this, the investment on the IT side is also something that companies will be re-looking at, kind of see how are we prioritizing it. And I'm sure there's a lot of actions that moving towards the cloud and all of those things happening as we speak. So there are multiple options that industries will look at. So that's an area that we are definitely concerned about. That's one. The other one is, of course, on the regulatory framework from an organization point of view. Because the regulations, of course, are continuously changing. There are newer things coming up. And how do you operate in this current environment with those regulations? How am I ensuring compliance? I mean, so you be it when you talk about the telecom regulatory, because you have certain regulations that are that you have to operate with. Now, I am working from home. Yes, the DOT did give a lot of relaxations. I think the government was also pretty proactive in that to provide those relaxations up to a point of time, and now they've given further relaxations beyond that once post December. So definitely that helps, but we still have to ensure how are we compliant within that newer framework. Now, if you take, for example, a lot of companies that operate in SEZs, I mean, there are a lot of challenges in terms of what the regulations say and how do you operate, because you have to get those your assets into the office, for example, as per the regulations to go on. But we are not able to do some of those kinds of things. You may not directly be, are you in violation or am I compliant? How can I still ensure I'm compliant? So there are various aspects that we look at. Similarly on labor laws, I mean, how are we kind of managing around all of those in the current environment? How do those operate? There is, I don't think a lot of clarity is also not available. I think it is still emerging. Those are areas that we need to kind of understand and gear ourselves towards some of those aspects.
Thanks, Subhash. I think your point on saying yes, the procurement will do a lot of online procurement and sort of associated risks is what companies have to, or the auditors have to consider. Is a point which I guess statutory compliance in India forever is a focus area, and in the given scenario, I think it's also important point to see, because management with the focus a lot on running the business. If there are any slips, so auditors should be able to pick that up so that they can give an early warning if there is anything which is missed. Hey, look, this statutory compliance should have covered. I think that's one interesting point which came up. You touched on people working from home, right? I don't think in my last 20 years career I had thought through that the call centers or the BPOs, while they worked remotely for other countries, but they were part of the physical contained locations such as offshore development centers or a sort of restricted SEZ or STPI zones. But this pandemic sort of also created an opportunity, I would say, is for Indian IT/ITES companies to step up, create infrastructure to work for them to work from home. Of course, regulators gave a lot of relaxation. The global fraternity itself was surprised to see that yes, we could live up to that expectation. So, and I guess when I speak to all the captive centers, it also reflects that a lot of people have added, have seen growth during this pandemic, and that's a good sign to see. So, given these changes, given that most of them are working remotely, what are the major changes companies are embarking on, and what are those risks which we should considering in our audit? If you can just throw light on that.
Yeah. See, I mean, that's a very interesting aspect, especially when people are interacting with customers. I mean, when you're working remote, you're calling up and you're talking to customers. Now, and a lot of people did not expect, even we have always had a lot of apprehensions in terms of how stable are the data networks in India, how stable are the power supply that we have, and all of these post risks. And these were definitely a lot of our concerns when we initially went in to the remote working mode. Then we realized that there are definitely challenges. I mean, while there were not too many concerns, I mean, we were really pleasantly surprised to kind of how stable we found, at least in the areas that we operate, as far as the data connectivity was concerned. The internet was not too much of a concern, but there were still pockets where power was a problem, and not everybody has a backup power. So that became one of the issues, because if people are on a call with a customer, halfway through the call, if it drops because your power has gone, I mean, we know how frustrated a customer can be, because I have been on the other side. When you dial for some of your problems that you have for various products that you have, or whatever, bank or anything, and then you're put on hold, and then you go through quite a lot of time, have some discussions, and then they'll say, wait a minute, and then you lose the line. And then I know how frustrated we are. So I mean, so we could understand how the customers would feel when we have those situations. So we had to look at it and then kind of ensure that all our people who are interacting with customers, especially, are provided with a small UPS at home, for example, so that at least that particular call I complete with that customer. So at least I know if my power goes down and I know I have backup for 10 minutes, at least I tell the customer something and I bring it to a closure rather than it getting cut. So that's one simple example of smaller things that we had to kind of take care of. But at the same time, there are a lot of other emerging risks in that area that we are still thinking about. Look at data risks. I mean, the data security area. So how do we protect the data? Because it's not an office environment, so people are working at home from the laptop. So how do I ensure that they are only able to access the right level of information and do not go beyond that? So the security around the whole the system space becomes extremely important. How do I ensure that, I mean, all machines are in many places you have your USB ports open, and perhaps not everybody needs a USB port, but there are definitely a lot of people who need it for the work they do. So how do we ensure, how can we have a view in terms of that confidential information or company critical information are not downloaded offline to an unauthorized storage? It may not, I'm not saying it is intentional. Sometimes it may be unintentional. My laptop is running slow. And I realize perhaps I have too much information. So can I copy it onto a hard drive and keep it somewhere so that I make it faster? I mean, so sometimes these are things also done by people with the right intent. Why they are trying to do is not because there is something malefic intent. It is perhaps right intent, but the way we execute it may not be the best way to do it. So how do we manage around it? Is there a way we can have a view or control on these aspects? I mean, these are all areas that we are still working around. I think these are definitely areas where a lot of organizations, I'm sure, are also thinking about and kind of controlling, looking at how do we control on these areas. See, that's one. The other aspect is when you talk about transactions. So everybody is now trying to move towards digitization. So you no longer get physical invoices from vendors. You no longer are sending out physical invoices to customers. Of course, you have your e-invoicing as far as GST is concerned. That's definitely helped a lot in some of these areas. But there are we are used to contracts. For instance, there are still certain documents where you have to put it on a stamp paper and go and get it registered. Now, how do we manage all those kinds of things in the current environment? So data retention becomes an extremely critical aspect. So because this was not planned for. So typically when you talk about document retention, we imagine a nice storeroom where you have very organized data, properly filed and bound and things like which you can always access, because your tax guy is going to come and ask you 5 years down the line for some assessment, and then you need to be able to provide that information. So in the current scenario, we have all moved digital. So in the last 1 year, I don't know how many of those physical papers are there. And if it is there, possibly it is there in some employees' houses. So how do we bring a control around all of this? And the larger aspect, how do we bring a structure into the documentation, storage and retrieval? I think that's another area of concern. And the third I would also put about is when you talk about digital documentation, everybody says, no, let me send you a digitally signed document. And a lot of people think I can just take a scan and send it that's digitally signed, and that may not be legally valid in all circumstances. So how do we define what is a digitally signed document? And how do we ensure that people across the organization are educated to do it the right way and use the right things? I think these are areas which we are, I would say, a few areas that we are working on, and we would definitely look for the internal auditors to work with us on these areas as we go through this journey to help build those controls in that space.
Thanks, Subhash. I think you sort of covered a lot of items. I'll take for everybody's benefit. I'll sort of cover probably keywords for us to sort of make a notes. I guess you talked about that data privacy. I think that's the most important. And in the remote working environment, how do we ensure that data is available, ability to retrieve it, and also secure?
Yes.
Infrastructure. I think you talked about infrastructure. And I guess we are just going through one infrastructure challenge as we speak now. So that's one thing which I'm sure everybody has. Data retention and retrieval, important point. I really like the legal idea, which is something can do. Yes, most often people would have scanned it, signed it, and scanned and sent a digital version saying, hey, look, this is valid. I do remember now, I'm seeing mails now from some of our clients. Look, they send a lengthy email saying, well, I've signed this, but it is considered as email, tender, blah, 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 all things are covered. So I think legal guys have done some work on this piece, so something for us to consider. And the most important aspect on ability to retrieve what we have, what we have done, how we sort of secure and move them to a consolidated place where it can be retrieved at a later point of time. I think those are definitely key aspects which way we should definitely look at as part of Audit. I am just going through the quick check. I think I got a message from Maha that still he couldn't join. I can see Venkat online. Venkat, are you able to?
Yeah, Bhanu, can you hear me?
Yes, Venkat, great. I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, finally. Yeah, I logged in through my mobile phone. So yeah, thank you, and I'm so sorry for this inconvenience.
No. Venkat, great you join. Venkat, will you go to switch on the video?
Pardon me?
Will you be able to switch on the video webcam?
Yeah, video. I think I'm still having some challenges there.
Okay.
And audio is because I think there is some problem on the video still, but I can speak.
Oh, that's great. That's fine. That's fine.
Great to hear you, Venkat.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Venkat. So just to do a quick recap, I'm not sure how much you heard. I sort of
no, I could hear everything. I could hear everything what Subhash was speaking and what you were speaking.
Great. So if I can just get a quick overview in terms of what you believe are the top priorities of the CEO, board members in the current pandemic, and how would you like internal auditors to support it?
Okay. So I think first of all, good evening, and again apologies for this inconvenience. So the first thing, Bhanu, as we were navigating the crisis, and the crisis doesn't look like it is over, given the kind of cases which we are seeing. But anyway, I think for the last 1 year we had different experiences, of course, very new experiences, and also we had some new lessons which we have learned. So one of the big challenges, I would say, or the opportunities, can we look at those learnings and start recalibrating our business approaches and business models? The second aspect is we have also learned how outcomes can get impacted if there are certain things which are compromised, and not necessarily because individuals or team members or anybody is willing to do it, or genuinely, I mean, he has done it deliberately. But the fact is, because pandemic, there were certain things which got compromised, and outcomes did not come as they were expected. So the learning now is to our ability to do forecasting, our ability to predict certain things because of these kind of an experiences we have gone through, has also, the second aspect. The third one, which is more important for the first and the second to happen, is the mindset change in the organization. Now, this is the most important thing. I mean, starting from me to everybody who is there as a part of, my team members and all the extended people who work with us and all. Because what we thought is, the pandemic has come, it will go, then, blah, 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 and all that stuff. And life will come back to normal and things will happen the way it is. But the fact of the matter is that there are certain things which we were doing just for the heck of it. Probably certain things can be revisited, certain things can be redone in a different way, either a cost optimization or efficiencies, some of those things. But for all that to happen, we have to recognize the fact that there are things which can be done differently, and there are things which can still be accomplished, given not the way we used to do, but then definitely in a new normal, whatever we are trying to do. And of course there are certain things which can't be done, and they have to be necessarily done physically. Some of that what also I was hearing from Subhash and all. But for all these to happen, it is basically a big mindset change is what, because even today, at least in an organization, there are, as we say, there would always be naysayers, there would be always optimists, and there would be some in a big team of people who would say, oh, no, this is not possible. So I would basically put people in the center of the things, and then try to look at how can we recalibrate the model, how can we put those kind of learnings what we had through the pandemic, the good learnings, as well as some of the areas of the improvement, and then how can we gear ourselves. So that is what my take would be.
That's great, Venkat. I think you really touched on the outcome assessment. I think which in most often when we really look at as important is the project governance in terms of what's the key projects, where are we, are we on track, or is a need for check. I think it's a critical element, especially where there are large capex projects in progress. Forecast simulation, probably the stress test, the other element you touched on, I think a very valid point, and especially when as internal auditors, if we can review in terms of what are the the forecast, how it can withstand, are there right linkages. I really like that point. I guess the mindset change really triggered one element is the control optimization. We said, whatever we did historically, we don't need to do the same way. I'm sure. So that means there are areas for us to optimize as introducers. I'm sure we can add value by optimizing controls wherever it is possible. I think these are the great points which I could pick up from this conversation. I'm sure there are which everybody is able to process and gather it. You talked about mindset change. You talked about the in terms of how things can happen in the new way, Venkat. If I really take one of the other emerging aspect which is coming up is the ESG, which environmental and social and governance. I think that's gaining a lot of prominence. We see a lot of private equity funds with a specific focus coming into India on that. And even Grant Thornton, our research indicated that that's something which we should consider as one of the key stakeholders who need to address as influencers. So I thought I'll probably take your thoughts to see, do you really see things happening on the ground? Do you see companies investing their time and money on enhancing the ESG related framework activities? What do you think are the risks which you believe we should, as influencers, should be addressing in that area?
Yeah, so Bhanu, I think this is a very good point you have touched. The ESG part of it, and I'm specifically going to talk about the environmental bit, while the societal, the governance aspect, thanks to the kind of controls, compliances, and the evolution which has happened, was getting better and better, and obviously with help from big internal auditors like you and all. What we were basically largely thinking is that this is not for me, this is for somebody else, and it is a fad, and stuff like that, all of that which we are using today. Walking the path of ESG and putting that as a core of your business is now no longer something which you want to please the stakeholders and want to let them know. It is basically an issue of survival, if you ask me. Now, it might be relative to different industries in which you are operating. For agriculture, it is much more critical. But down the line, across all the industries at some point or the other, because everybody uses most of these natural resources in one way or the other, the intensity might differ. So it is now basically a question of survival of the businesses, sustainability of those businesses, and then also, obviously looking forward for the next generation, how are we going to, create a platform for them so that this thing goes on. So I think this is extremely important. Land use, soil management, water, waste management, emissions, most of these things are now going to be in, because see, earlier we were all doing it largely because there was a pollution control board who would say XYZ and these kind of things have to happen, and somehow people were trying to comply to it. Now, this is much more than compliance, where you are basically proactively looking at how do you want to optimize these resources, how do you want to bring in efficiencies, or what are the different ways you want to look at, probably either in terms of product development or in terms of going ahead and selling those products in the market, or the entire supply chain or the entire value chain itself. So I think, Bhanu, the way I look at it, it is now much more critical for the company's survival. I'm not talking about another 5 years or a decade or so, but going forward. So if you don't embrace this, probably I think many companies would actually probably go through big challenges in terms of continuity of the business itself. And
That's great.
definitely, once we do the baselines, once we walk this path, and then once we monitor ourselves, the internal auditors now should keep this as one of their, probably objectives in terms of looking at how compliant, the company is, or where are they moving in terms of these milestones.
That's good. Thanks, Venkat. I think clearly, you talked about the initiatives, policies, and procedures around it. I'm just linking. You talked about mindset change. People may believe that it is not my problem; it is somebody else's problem. I'm sure today the people in the board are looking forward for that comfort from auditors also to feel. Did you have a connection with the people in the? Did they get a sense? Are they aligned with what we are thinking, or is there a different? Is there a need for us to do further trainings on this aspect? It's a great aspect which I'm sure board will value. I request all my fellow colleagues to sort of think through around this and how they can support the companies on sort of reviewing the ESG aspect. Yes, that sort of also brings me sort of just closer to the time. I thank both you and Subhash for sharing your insight. I'll just probably open it for Q&A. I can't see any questions, so Sunil, if any of you guys are able to see the questions, probably I am not able to see the chat box. If you can just,
yes, Mr. Bhanu, a wonderful session from both Mr. Subhash, you, and from Venkat. So there has been a question. I leave it to you, Bhanu, to direct that question to any of the panelists or to yourself. I'll just read it out if you're fine. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
So the first question which has come in is, as part of the existing challenges from an internal auditor perspective, how do you see an overall effective monitoring of the overall process to give comfort to the audit committee and board?
Subhash, if anyone would like to take a shot at it?
I mean, I would say that's an ongoing process. I don't know whether we have found an answer to that yet. So we continue to kind of have the similar forums in terms of how we, for example, the way we structure our the risk assessment and look at it in our organization. We have what we call as a controls council, which meets periodically and reviews those risks. And there is also a policy around it which says how do we go about doing something around it. So I think we have to go and relook at it and see how do we operate in this current environment and how are we being effective in that controls council. And yes, we continue to look at risks, have emerging risks and looking at a heat map and all of that stuff. But we'll have to kind of try and say, how can I make it a little bit more effective? I don't think we have all the answers yet. I think that's why I said one of the important aspects as we look at this will be reviewing the controls framework. I think when we look at it, we may possibly get some answers, and that will lead us to kind of looking at more areas in terms of how do we improve it further. And that's where the comfort for the board should come from.
The other aspect, Bhanu, what I would like to add is, I think probably all these SOPs were made at a time and at an age where things were what they were. वो लोग अभी आजकल there's a common this thing ना 19-20 हम बोलते हैं but 19-20 में actually बहुत फर्क हो गया. When you say 19-20, actually 19 and 20 made a big change. So probably internal audit and the internal auditors also now should be looking much more proactively in terms of how do you recalibrate even those internal audit processes, because some are digitized, some you can't every time do it physically. There are multiple things which we have also learned as we are navigating. And how do you suggest companies to even look at their SOPs which were made at a time when things were different, to times when probably things are as Subhash was earlier saying, probably things will be in a hybrid model for some more time to go, or maybe that is how it would be also. So that is what my ask would be from an internal auditors, and probably it is the company and the internal auditors which have to sit and then look at most of these SOPs which were done at that time and see how do they then make those kind of changes. From an audit perspective also, it would always meet all those requirements, and at the same time it will also be true to the new way of working.
Thanks, Subhash. Venkat, I think that's a great point. If I have to just add to it of what I see on a tactile level is, I think it's time for us to sort of plan the internal audit with some space for us to fill in something as we go along. than actually making it as a carved in stone plan. In fact, Anirban also touched about it, that create a plan which has some agility, which you can go through some changes, and as the things progress, there should always be an opportunity for us to factor in any changes which come in. And most importantly, I think there is no one solution for it. Important is to engage with stakeholders more often so that we know what is changing, what is in, and then factor that into our internal audit. I hope we are able to address that question. Sunil, anything else?
Yes, there are two other questions, Banu. One is from an IT internal audit standpoint of view. What are the endpoint controls to be implemented in an organization, considering that there's all work from home right now?
This is on the technology front. I can pick up, but I'll probably just see if Subhash would like to cover some elements. He just touched on some of these aspects already. Yeah.
I mean, yes. I mean, you see, every organization has got certain IT general controls, and like what Venkat was just mentioning, it is in the previous the pre-COVID era. I mean, if I may call it. So a lot of things have changed in this last 1 year. So yes, we will have to kind of look at it, and especially like I was pointing out in terms of the risk of how do we protect that the data is not taken out from the system into something which is unauthorized. I mean, what kind of controls can we bring in? We are still looking at it. I mean, that's something that we have recognized as an organization. That's an area that we need to look at, but we don't have an answer. I mean, those are all things to look at, because one extreme end can be, I can go and block everything out, but it may become counterproductive because that may not work for everybody in the organization. So what mechanism do I have to determine where I need to plug, where I do not need to plug? And like I said, it may not always be intentional. It can be unintentional also. So that's still, in my view, it is still evolving. But from an internal auditor's point of view, you can also add to that, Banu, in terms of how would you look at it from as internal auditors.
Sure, Subhash. Venkat, you had any aspects would you like to touch?
No, I think Subhash has said it well, and yeah, I think I don't have anything more to add.
Okay, thanks, Venkat. I guess if I really look at endpoint controls, yes, it's a fine balance of ensuring that it doesn't become a military zone vis-a-vis a free ride. It's a sort of there are enough tools available today to sort of I can't capture a screen, or I can't copy the data, I can't download the data, I can't access hard disk, I encrypt the hard disk, various other elements. But the idea, I think, is important to go through where all the data moves, where all the data can be accessed, what is critical, how well it can ensure that business also doesn't suffer, and then implement the controls.
Excellent points, both of you. And last question, Banu, is which is coming from a current situation. Will agile auditing approach help? If yes, can you give an example?
I'll probably touch upon this. So the agile audit is here to stay. It has already come in various forms and shape. There are companies which have adopted full agile, including hiring scrum masters. At the same time, I think agile doesn't mean that you have to plan everything like a typical project. What we talked about, that we review the plan, keep some space in the plan, periodically review what we are doing and how we can augur the changes in the risk, and bring that into the internal audit. And also, when we start an internal audit, have a more conversation with the people and tweak the scope of work based on the current risk will definitely bring in more value to the organization. These complete agile methodology is one end. I think there are also baby steps to be taken in India.
Wonderful, Banu. I think that's the set of questions we have as of now. But thank you so much, Banu, Venkat, and Mr. Subhash. Pleasure to have you, and a very insightful session. Yes, there were technology challenges. I think we overcame that to the best we could, and really appreciate your patience, and thanks again to be part of the IIA Hyderabad and Vizag Audit Club sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody. It's been a wonderful audience.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
So for the next session, we are going to be having in Aditya, if you could please.
Hi. Good evening.
I can hear you, Aditya. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Yeah, very good evening to all the attendees for the session. And it's my, I can't say honor because Pratik is a really dear friend, and it's like, it's really good to basically introduce him. So Pratik Uppal has been an educationist for more than 7 years of experience in planning and developing and teaching various students from various backgrounds. He has been a two-time TEDx speaker, has been a regular speaker in IIA Indore, ICAI, in Chartered Accountant Institute, ICSI and ICMAI. And he has been a UN Young, and he was a part of the UN Young Changemakers Conclave, and also shaped Southeast Asia in Dhaka and Sri Lanka. So he has been speaking all around the world, and the topic given to him is pretty interesting, I would say, because post-pandemic, I don't know, the mental state of all the auditors or all of us professionals is actually something which we all neglect. And I hope Pratik can throw some light on it. And with this short introduction, I hand it over to Pratik. Thank you, Pratik.
Thank you so much, Roy. Roy, could you please help me with sharing my screen? Is it possible to share my screen? And even if
Yes,
it's not,
Mr.
I'm okay.
Sunil.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Mr. Sunil.
Mehnaz, Chanchal, yeah. Can you please help making Pratik as a
Yes,
presenter?
sir. So we have given him the access.
All right.
You
So
may
he can
just
just
have to look
click.
at the screen at the right.
Yeah, you can click on show my screen, sir.
Are you able to see my screen?
Not yet, sir. You'll have to click on show my screen. We're not able to see your screen as yet.
Just give me a second. I think it is going to quit and reopen. It's okay. I really don't need the screen in that case.
Perfect. Thank you, Pratik. You can just continue.
Yeah. All right. So thank you for having me here. Roy, are you going to be there with me on this, or is it am I going to be solitary in this?
You're going to be solitary, but we can chip in.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much. So the topic that has been given to me, I was really intrigued to know this topic, the soft skills for the internal auditors. That's okay, but what was the most interesting part was the soft skills for the internal auditors in the post-pandemic world. The post-pandemic world, how interesting it is. Nobody thought that there's going to be something of this sort, and we all were thrown this ball, no one knows by whom, and here we are discussing things the way they have changed. But even before I start, I would like to make it a point that I'm going to start with a story from Mahabharat, and I'm going to end with the story from Mahabharat, because I have learned a lot many things from this wonderful scripture. All the internal auditors, this is for you. In case you have been associated with the institute, you work in the capacity of an internal auditor. I see every internal auditor out there to be not only an internal auditor, but also an integrity tracker. Please note this thing. Also to be an integrity tracker. And when it comes down to an institution and comes down to a corporate, there is no substitute when it comes down to integrity. You have got no substitute to integrity. There is no substitute to integrity. There is no substitute to truth. And I learned this from this particular anecdote from the Mahabharata, where Draupadi, everybody knows Draupadi, Panchali, Draupadi, she was out with her husbands while they were in the exile, and it happened so she was loitering around, she was wandering around in the jungle, and she saw one tree which had a very ripe fruit, and she could not resist herself. She pounced towards that fruit and she plucked it off. Incidentally, what happened, the moment she was plucking it off, was also the moment that coincided with the point where there was a sage who was sitting at the back of the tree, who was in that penance for some good 10-15 years, and he had thought, when I would come out of that penance, the first thing that I'm going to eat is going to be that fruit. And incidentally, Draupadi had plucked that fruit. And as you might perceive, this man had gone crazy. He came out of the penance and he saw that the fruit is not there and the fruit is in Draupadi's hand. He went berserk. And he said that I want this fruit to be put out there up again. I don't want it from your hand. I want the fruit to be put up on the branch again, and I want to pluck it from there. And it was not possible. That could not be done. And Draupadi was running helter-to-skelter. She was running from point A to point B. She was asking for help. She went to Nakul. She went to Sahadev. Nobody could help him. She went to Arjun. Arjun could not help. The best of the best warrior could not help. The mightiest of the mightiest, Bhim, could not help. The strongest of the strong could not help. And then she went back and she pleaded in front of the sage, because the sage was saying, "Now I'm going to curse you. I'm going to spoil your life." And then the sage said that I can give you an offer. Sounds like Godfather. I can give you an offer. I'm going to ask you some questions, and in case you answer them truthfully, then and then only when it is going to happen that this fruit is going to go back up upon the branch, and then I'm going to pluck it. But the catch is, you have to answer them truthfully. And he asked all sorts of questions, and the last question he asked was, amongst all these Pandavas, whom do you love the most? And she said, I love, because she had to speak out the truth. She said, I love no one. And then he asked, then whom do you love the most? And then she said that I love Karna the most, because had it been him, he would not have traded me in that game where these brothers traded me. So why do I always start with this? Why did I start with this story? Was because there is no substitute to integrity, and all the internal auditors out there, I think you people are doing a great job of keeping the organization, keeping the employees onto the part of integrity. You're not only internal auditors, but I also see you as the integrity trackers. Now, coming down to the post-pandemic world, if I go by the average age of the people who are attending this session, I might not know the average age, but if I take the average age of around being 40, 45, I really don't know. I really don't know if you people have been through, including me, if we have been through anything of this sort, what is happening with us today. We haven't been through this. Nobody perceived that this is going to happen. This is unimaginable. Nobody imagined it. Like it was aptly said in the previous session, 2019, 19-20 का बहुत फर्क है. 2019-20, it makes a hell lot of difference, and it does make a hell lot of difference. Nobody had perceived before March 2019 that this is going to happen, and it has happened. And when we read the Economic Times, when we read the Financial Times, when we listen to the intellectuals, when we listen to the economists from around the world, everybody is talking about the GDPs, everybody is talking about the red line, everybody is talking about the top line, but seldom have we seen people talking about the people who work in those corporates. Seldom have we seen people talking about the citizens of that particular country. Now, this is very interesting. We see people posting videos, we see TV network putting out bites where people are getting back to their homes, walking on the streets. Very sad. But what is even more sad is the way some of the corporates have been forced to handle it. Nobody would have wanted to handle it the way they have handled it, but the way the corporates have been forced to handle it. It was a question of survival. Now, whenever you ask anybody, whenever you ask an individual or a person who is working with a corporate, why do you work in the first place? The basic most answer would be to make a living. And even if I ask you, why do you work? Or even if you would ask me, why do I work? I think the basic most reason is going to be because you want to make a living. But in case I expand that answer a little bit, I would say that when you break the finances, there are three aspects to it. The first aspect is the necessity part. You work because you want to make the ends meet. And when the ends start to get, when you're able to get the ends meet, then you go on to the comforts of your life. And when you have all the comforts of a life, that is when you go on towards the luxuries of life. So it's like a concentric circle, in case you can imagine, concentric circle, 3 circles. The innermost core is the necessity. What is there in the middle is the comforts, and what is there on the outermost periphery is the luxury. So when you ask somebody, why do you work? It goes from inside to outside, necessity to comfort to luxury. Now, when this pandemic occurred, and I'll not say all the corporate, but most of the corporates were behaving as if somebody had pointed out the flashlight into the deer's eye. That is how most of the people responded, because they didn't know what to do, and the only thing they could do was either to go in for layoffs or to cut down the salaries. Now, when something of that sort happens, when you start to cut down salaries, or when the layoffs happen, cutting down salaries is like you cut down 10% of the salary, you cut down 20% of the salary, you cut down 50% of the salary. The worst part is when there is a layoff. Layoff is 100% of the salary has been cut down. So what happens when something of that sort occurs? Like I discussed moments back, when you ask a person why does that person work, it is a concentric circle which goes from inside to outside. First is necessity, and then it is a comfort, and then it is a luxury. But when something of this sort happens, layoffs happen, salary cuts happen, there is an erosion of that concentric circle. And that erosion of the concentric circle happens from outside to inside. I hope you're able to get this, from outside to inside. The first thing that goes away is the luxury of your life, right? The first thing that moves away is the luxury of your life. The second thing that goes away is the comfort of your life. And the last thing that would go out eventually is going to be the necessity of your life. Now I'm going to make a point, and I hope each one of you would appreciate it. Nobody likes the encroachment to happen. Nobody likes encroachment to happen. Be it your personal property, be it your personal space, nobody wants encroachment to happen. Now, while I say this and I repeat this, nobody wants encroachment to happen, just ask yourself, why is that people are against the concept of encroachment? The basic reason is that people are against the concept of encroachment because when you get encroached, you start to feel unsafe. Now, my first question was, why do people actually work? And my answer to it was because people want to make money. Inside to outside, people want to make money. But the core is that you want to work, you want to make money because you actually want to survive. Are you able to catch me? Because you actually want to survive. The only way to survive today, unfortunately, is to make money. You make money and that is how you survive. That is the currency. Because we are not self-sufficient. Because we're not self-sufficient, we want money. And in case we don't have money, we are not in a position to survive. So today for us, survival is money and money is survival. Goes the same way. Now, when the layoffs happen, when the salary cuts happen, the survivalistic mindset, the part of your mind which is always concentrating upon how do I survive, how do I survive, how do I survive, starts to get perturbed. It starts to get perturbed. Trust me. There might be some intellectuals around, there might be some people who have evolved to the level they would say, nahi, mere ko to farak nahi padta, but trust me, when you talk about an average human being, logo ko farak padta hai. People are actually concerned when things of this sort happen. So just some time back, with all the precautions, I was in Ranthambore. Ranthambore is a beautiful national park where people go out to spot tigers. And I was lucky enough to spot both the tiger as well as the leopard. Now, something very interesting happened when I went out there. The guide said that in case there's a tiger around, we would get a call from animals. Call from animals is like, जानवर लोग आवाज देना शुरू कर देंगे that there's a tiger around. And how do why do they actually give out noises? Why do they give out calls? Is because for two reasons. Number one, they're perturbed. Because they're perturbed because the tiger has encroached into their personal space and they feel unsafe about it. A deer would start to give out call signs because the tiger has encroached, because the leopard has encroached, but they would not make the same call signs if some other deer comes into their territory. Why? Because they do not feel unsafe. I hope you're able to catch what I'm trying to say. They start to give out noises because they're unsafe, and at the same time they also want their other relatives, their other clanmates to be apprised of the fact that there is danger around. But what I want you to understand from this is that nobody wants encroachment to happen, be it the animals, be it the unevolved animals, or be it us. Nobody wants encroachment. We want a personal space. Now, what is unfortunate is that at times people who are working in corporates also create a mental boundary of space. They create a mental boundary of space. And whenever anybody encroaches into that boundary, that space, they feel threatened. Now, you do not need me to tell you who is that person who encroaches them the most. The person who encroaches them the most, in this case, happens to be the internal auditor. Now, why do I make this point again is because in normal circumstances, when an encroachment is done, whomsoever is encroached upon starts to feel unsafe. But these are extraordinary times. Even if a person is not encroached upon, that person is already feeling perturbed because the concentric circle has started to reverse erode. They're already perturbed. And when somebody enters into the space so as to check, they feel more perturbed. And what happens when you feel perturbed? Just start to think about this. What happens when you feel perturbed? Normally, what I used to do when I used to feel perturbed was I used to resist. I used to physically resist. I would raise my voice, and in case I'm in a corporate setup, in case I'm in an office, I'm not able to do with it. What I'll do is I'll start to ensue a vendetta against that person. Ki yaar ye aadmi mere piche pad gaya. This person is after me. Why? Because I don't really like this person encroaching me. Now the question is, should this not be done? Undoubtedly, this has to be done. Undoubtedly, this has to be done. But how do we do it then? How do we do it? Because we'll have to go out, check, encroach at times. And should it be that we should be prepared that the other person would feel bad about it? The other person is going to ensue vendetta against me? Not really. Not really. So I'm going to point out towards these two industries, wonderful industries. One is the construction industry, and more than that is the aviation industry. So aviation industry is considered to be one of the safest industries to travel in. Everybody accepts it. That is what I suppose. It is one of the safest modes of transportation. And if you come down to data, the chances of being a part of an air accident, God forbid, is as low as 1 in 24 million cases. Is 1 in 24 million cases. Now the question is, how is it that an industry of the likes of aviation, which if is in a situation of distress, so it cannot happen that your plane has taken off and both the engines have stopped to work and you would say ki koi baat nahi yaar, the engine is not working, dhakka maar lete hain plane ko. Nothing of that sort would happen. So in case the engine has gone, the engine has gone. Then there is no going back. So why is it that anything of this sort does not actually happen? You would say, Pratik, something of this sort happened sometime back in Kochi. That was extraordinary. That was extraordinary. But why has it happened so is because the aviation industry has taken the concept of checklisting very seriously, very seriously. And checklisting is also a form of internal audit. Just check whether this thing has been done or not. Just check whether this thing has been done or not. That is the concept of checklisting. Has the right engine been turned on? Has the left engine been turned on? That is the concept of checklist. Now, the concept of checklist, when it was being introduced in the aviation industry, the pilots who had thousands of flying hours with them did give out some resistance. They did. They said, we have got 35,000 of flying hours and you want me to take this checklist before the takeoff? Huh, I don't want to do it. But eventually, when everybody saw that the number of accidents are coming down, they said, yes, this is something that should be done. This is something that should be followed. Why am I saying this is that in case you feel you are facing resistance at your workplace while you're carrying out your responsibility, while you're discharging your responsibility, one of the best ways to avoid resistance is to provide data, and do something so that you are not posed as a threat. You're not seen as a threat by the other party. Now, something very interesting again, taking a cue from this, there's a great doctor in the United States, an Indian doctor who went to the States, and he wrote two wonderful books. The first book is When Breath Becomes Air, and the second book is from where I got this concept. This book is called as a Checklist Manifesto. Dr. Atul Gawande, a very insightful man, a very insightful man. And he said that in case something of this sort can be done by the aviation industry, why can't something of this sort be done by the American medical sciences? Now, why did he say this so was because a country like the United States, the most evolved medical practices, the most evolved medical practitioners reside there. The people have got access to the best healthcare, and in spite of that, every year 1.5 lakh people were dying because of avoidable medicinal mistakes. Something as simple as the doctor went into the surgery without washing their hands, and because they did not actually wash their hands, they operated, and it resulted into an infection, and the person who was operated upon died. Something as basic as forgetting to wash your hands. And that is when Dr. Gawande said, enough is enough. And if something can be done by some other industry, aviation industry, or for that matter, something can be done by the construction industry. Look at the construction marvels that have been produced. Look at the Burj. One of 50,000 construction project actually fails. One of 50,000. That's a very small number. Why? Because they have a very strong process. Now this guy said, I have to put this thing into the medical sciences. And this guy came and said, and made a small team of doctors, nurses, and said, this is what my plan is. I'll give you a checklist. And every time you go in for an operation, first you're going to go through this checklist. You're going to put the check marks, and then you're going to go into the operation. What do you think would have been the response of the doctors and the nurses? Yes, all right, let's go in for it. We were all in game for it. No, the doctor said, no, this is not going to happen. I have 25 years of experience. I'm not going to go into this checklist drama. I'm not going to go to this checklist drama. Resistance. The same way many of you would be facing resistance at your workplace. And what did Atul said? Atul said, all right, doesn't matter. The people who are game in for it, let's start with it. And the ones who are not, all right, let it be. And they started to introduce these practices, the checklist practices. And there came a point in time when they had considerable data with them. And the data was as follows. The number of deaths that used to happen before introducing this checklist, this internal audit thing, and after this thing was introduced, the number of deaths fell down by 46%. 46%. If you're able to save one life, that is a miracle. These people were saving hundreds and thousands of lives. Why? Because these people were getting along with the checklist thing. And why were the doctors getting along with the checklist thing? Why? Because they could see data. Yes, this gives results. Now, being an internal auditor, I think if there is resistance at your workplace when it comes down to discharging your duties, this is one of the things that you should keep in mind. You should not be perceived as threat. And one of the ways that you would not be perceived as threat is when you provide them with the data that this is what has happened when we did this, and this is what happened when we did not do this, and make them trust that you all are in the same boat. That there is no personal reason why you're going in for that. You do it because this has to be done. You do this because this has to be done. Now, one very important thing, whenever you would be communicating with anybody, forget you would be communicating within your organization, whenever you would be communicating with anybody, there has to be a state matching. There has to be a state matching. When you come down to states, there is one state that is peak and there is one state that is valley, and this is the normal state. If you speak to somebody who is there at peak and you are in a valley or you are in the mid space, it is not going to work. It is not going to work. It is never going to work. In case you are normal and the other person is in valley, it will not work. Things work when you speak to people who are at the same state, So what do you want, Prateek, me to do? I should always be checking the state. It's not a physical process to check the state. It is that when you would go, you would be able to assess the temperature. That is temperature assessment. In case you assess this person is not in the right state, I'm not saying that you do not discharge your duties, but then your choice of words, then your body language should not be as intimidating as it might have been. Then you have to mellow down a little bit. But that does not mean that in case the other person is wrong, you would stop to confront. I'm not a person who is pro confrontation, but in case it has to be, I think it must be avoided at all the costs. Now, when it comes down to choice of words, the way you speak, the way you present yourself, or the way you pose your questions as an internal auditor, you can be put into three categories. Unfortunately, there's some people who see internal auditors as skeptics, and I'm sure that you do not want to be seen as skeptics, because you're not skeptics. There are two extreme corners. The two extreme corners, one on the left hand side, this hand of mine, are the paranoid. You do not have to be seen as paranoid people who are going down and they have a magnifying glass in their hand and they're looking at everything important, unimportant, and the other person is bound to feel threatened by you, sir. And the other part is, this is paranoid, this is skepticism, and on the right hand side corner is where you have to be, is healthy skepticism. So healthy skepticism is when the other person to whom you are posing your questions, to whom you are posing your queries, have one thing very clear, deeply engraved in their mind, that this thing is not being asked, this thing is not being done out of any personal motive. Nothing is being done out of personal motive. Whatever is being done because of the institutional objective. Because at the end of the day, every person who is working with that organization is working towards the institutional objective. There's a larger goal, there's no personal goal. In case the other person feels like that this guy is after me, why? Because he is going to achieve something out of it personally, then the thing is going to get toppled off. You played that game Jenga, right, where you put these wooden blocks and you take out one wooden block and every other tower collapses. That is where the collapse would happen. In case if you want it, the structure to be very strong, every time you approach, the other person should feel as if everything that is being done because of the larger organizational objective. As an extension to it, every person in the organization should see you, forget the organization, in the larger picture. I would want myself to be seen as a solution finder rather than being seen as a problem finder. Are you able to get this? I would not want to be seen as a problem finder. I would want to be seen as a solution finder. And this is how it goes in the organization as well. I know at times it would feel very theoretical. It would feel how can this thing be done in the real life. I've seen this person is always having that particular outlook. He's never performing. All right, now that person falls in an extraordinary category. But everyone else, they should see you as a person who comes with an intent to find solutions and not to find problems. Because you would find a lot many people would always hold a magnifying glass in their hands and they would say, "Arey, nahi, nahi, yaar, isme to ye galat hai, aur isme ye galat hai." I remember one very small instance that I'm going to share with you. It was my marriage. It was my marriage, and when the marriage had happened and I was relaxed. People normally feel relaxed after they get married. I don't know about you, but while I was having my dinner, I saw a dish, and you have got cards, no, where you write the name of the dish, and on the top of it, the catering agency had intended to write fish in Hunan sauce, Hunan, Hunan sauce, and unfortunately, it was miswritten as fish in human sauce, Human, human sauce. And I am having my food and I see a jhund of people, 20-30 people around that particular. And so, yeah, I think the chef has made something fantabulous. I need to try it. And I went out there and I asked, what is he made? He said, "Arey, nahi, nahi, kuch nahi. Dekho na spelling kya likha hai. Hunan sauce ki jagah human sauce likh diya. Human sauce kuch hota hai kya?" Not one person out of that group actually wanted it to be corrected. They just wanted to make fun out of it. Cheap thrills. They just wanted to make fun out of it. Now, in case you're one of those 20 people, then you're going to be perceived as a problem finder. But in case you're one of those guys who either goes to the chef or better pulls out a pen and makes that thing into a Hunan sauce, then you are the solution finder. You're not the problem finder. I do not have a lot of time with me, but I'm going to put out two more points. In an organization, it is very important to have credibility on your point as the internal auditor, and also it is very important for you to build rapport. You have to build credibility and rapport at the same time. Now, I remember one wonderful anecdote from a wonderful Hollywood movie, which is by the name of Ford versus Ferrari. And Ferrari has been an all-time racing genius, which was developed by Enzo Ferrari. And the people at Ford, the Americans, they wanted to give them a competition. I'll divide this anecdote into three parts. So first, these Americans, they went out to Ferrari and they said that we want to buy out your racing division, and we'll pay you for it. The name would be yours, but we will tell you what to do and what not to do. And if you watch that movie, Enzo Ferrari literally abused them and threw them away from his office. Threw them away means threw them away. And then in the second part, the Americans understood, no, we'll have to create something out of ourselves, and Enzo is not going to help us. And they created their own racing machine, which today is known as the Mustang McLaren. Not McLaren, but Mustang Shelby. And they came out with this wonderful vehicle, and they found a wonderful driver, Ken Miles. This movie is all about Ken Miles. And in the third part, the race happens. The race is basically between two contenders. The first is Ken Miles, who's driving a Ford, and the other one is the Ferrari, which is being driven by an Italian guy. And there comes a point where both of these people are almost at the same level in the race, and the guy who's driving the Ferrari pushes his car beyond the limit, and the car succumbs, the car breaks down, and the guy who's driving the Ford, Ken Miles, he actually wins the race. Not exactly wins the race, but is one of the winners. You'll watch the movie, I don't want to give you the spoiler. But the most beautiful part about the ending of the movie was when Ken Miles, the guy who was driving the Ford, crossed the finish line. Among the spectators, one of the spectators was Enzo Ferrari. And when he crossed that line, and when there was an eye contact between Ken Miles and Enzo Ferrari took off his hat in respect to that driver. That this is how a racing machine is to be driven, and you drove it in the best possible manner. Respect, hats off, and it gave me goosebumps when I was watching that. Why? Because this guy Enzo, knew that the expertise of this guy has to be respected. Now, as an internal auditor, if you can etch this thing in the mind of your organization or the people who might be subject to the audit, that I am not here to encroach. I'm not here to encroach. I'm here to just track whether the things are on the right path or not. And I know you might be the expert, and I respect you that you're the expert. The things would become much more easier for you. The things would become much more easier for you. People are very much comfortable to work around with people who actually respect them. And people are very uncomfortable to work around people who are pointing fingers on them. People are very comfortable to work around people who are there to find solutions. And people are very uncomfortable to work around people who are there to just find problems. The finger pointers. And at the end, like I said, I'm going to start with a story from Mahabharata. I'm going to end with a story from Mahabharata. The kind of questions that you would ask would always matter the most. They would matter the most. So of all the Pandavas, Nakul and Sahadev, the youngest, and they were the most beloved of their father, Pandu. And when Pandu knew that he is about to pass away, he is about to die, he called in Sahadev and he said, Sahadev, I'm about to die, and I love you a lot. And Sahadev was great into astrology. He said, Sahadev, I want after I'm dead, do not cremate me, eat me up. Eat me up completely, because then is when you are going to obtain all the knowledge I have accumulated in my life. And what is going to happen after that is you would be able to see the future clearly. Everything that is about to happen would be flashing in front of your eyes. What is about to happen, not what has happened. What is about to happen is going to flash in front of your eyes. Is it all right? And unfortunately, or as the age was passed, Pandu died. And Nakul ran so as to tell to his family members that something of this sort has happened. And while he was coming back, he got to know that Pandu has been cremated. Now the plan was he had to consume Pandu, but he could not. And I love the storytelling that is there in the Hindu mythology. And there were some ants who had taken up small flesh parts of Pandu. Sahadev said, I'm going to eat them. And he ate those ants, and something incredible happened. And all the knowledge that was contained by Pandu was transferred to Sahadev. Why do I tell you this? I tell you this because Krishna got to know about this. And Krishna knew that this is going to be disastrous. In case Sahadev knows everything that is going to happen now, the Mahabharata, if he knows everything that is going to happen, it is going to be disaster. It is going to be disastrous. I have to stop this from happening. And while Sahadev was crossing the jungle, Krishna came out there in the form of a sage, got into questions and stuff, and cursed him. Or if you might not want to use the word curse, he put around a condition around the use of that power. And the condition was, Sahadev, I know that you would know everything that is going to happen around you, but you're not going to tell it to everybody around you. You're going to tell people what you see only if they ask you a question. Only if they ask you a question, and your answer has to be limited to the boundary that has been set up by the question. You cannot go beyond it. So the interesting thing was that Sahadev knew everything that is about to happen in Mahabharata. Everything means everything. He knew that Kurukshetra is about to happen. He knew everything, but he could not tell it to anybody. Why? Because nobody asked him the right question. And that is what the internal auditor is all about. Asking the right question. In case the right question has been asked by you, that is going to define you. So the right questions would define you. Thank you so much. It was wonderful to speak to all of you. Roy, in case you can take over from here. Thank you so much, Roy.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Prateek. And can we have any questions? Because I have one or two questions here. If there's any more questions, you can type it in the question box. But the first question, Prateek, is basically, as you said, like it is basically not exactly what you have spoken, but one question is basically now as an auditor, when we are asking questions, we don't really know the mindset of the opposite auditee. who's getting
Correct.
audited, they might be in a, I don't know what situation they are in a pandemic. There, someone in the house might be
The state match.
affected, but
The state match.
yeah. So how do we deal with that situation?
I think see, the answer or the question is not limited just to the fact when an auditor and auditee are interacting. It happens in the real world also, in the outside world also. Anytime you pose a question, you really don't know what is the mindset of the other person around. You get to know the mindset when the other person starts to respond back. And when the response is received, then is when you can start to alter the things. That is when you can fine tune the things. And in case you perceive that you have cornered the person, then I don't think you should be altering the things. Then you should be going all guns. But in case the other person feels threatened because no, this is, you have encroached into my space, then you become a little bit more subtle rather than being very direct. It is always advised to be direct, but in case the other person feels threatened and it is not your intention, then you can be a little bit more subtle. But it is always after the response has been procured by you. It is not before the response has been procured.
Is this the loss in the connection? Hello.
Should I come back again?
Sunil,
So I think, Prateek, I think that was very well answered. Yes, I think that was a very well answered question, Prateek. Thank you so much. Aditya, I think I heard it very clearly. So go ahead if there's any other question, Aditya. Aditya, do you have any other question?
I think.
Okay. Prateek, I think I would just take the liberty to thank you. And it was a great session, and then extremely good examples. I believe a lot of us in our real lives, in our professional lives, personal lives, learn through storytelling and then interpretations. Thank you so much, and it was really a pleasure having you. And thanks for your time. We'll see you more often with the IIA Hyderabad and Vizag chapters. Thank you so much, Prateek.
Thank you so much, Sunil. Thank you so much. God bless you. Bye.
Thank you, Prateek. Thank you, Aditya. And to all the participants, I think we'll just take a 2 to 3 minute quick break. And at 6 p.m., we'll get started with the last session. And Aditya, I was just thanking Prateek, and Prateek is locked out. So
yeah, sorry, I was the connection. Yeah.
No worries. 2 to 3 minutes of a quick break, and at 6 p.m. We'll log in for the final session. Until then, Chanchal, can I request you to please play the videos of the sponsors, please? Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
At Protivity, we ensure your business is future ready. As we collaborate to solve problems with innovation at its heart. Your trusted advisors for business and technology consulting, internal audit, data, and digital transformation. We are global and truly independent, delivering confidence in a dynamic world. That's Protivity.
How can audit automation let you stop chasing and start accelerating? Now, more than ever, it's vital organizations take a digital-first approach. EY Smart Automation uses leading-edge technology to digitally support the audit delivery model through centralization, standardization, and automation. Integrated within EY Canvas, the profession's first globally connected online audit platform, the EY Canvas Automation Hub includes EY apps created with leading-edge automation technology, seamlessly driving automation at scale, improving consistency and quality through standardized audit work papers and procedures, and enhancing project management with real-time updates.
Welcome to Brandix India Apparel City. a 1,000-acre park dedicated to textile and apparel manufacturing, located in the predominantly developed city of Visakhapatnam or Vizag in the state of Andhra Pradesh, India. The inspired creation of Brandix, Sri Lanka's single largest apparel manufacturer. Brandix India Apparel City or BIAC is an eco-friendly and ultra-modern facility equipped with a multitude of infrastructure and benefits that enable highly efficient textile and apparel manufacturing. BIAC is the next frontier in apparel and textile manufacture, offering an innovative and unique opportunity to its value chain partners as well as unmatched value to its investors.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. And we'll be starting off with the last session now. Seema, over to you, please, to take it forward.
Before Seema comes in, let me introduce Seema and the distinguished panel.
Sure, sir.
Seema and the panelists, welcome.
Yeah,
Welcome to a potentially engaging session on a hotly discussed topic these days. Okay, now we can see me, right? Okay, as I said, the hotly discussed topic these days, that is organizational culture and the internal audit role in it. We have an extremely distinguished panel with different perspectives to explore this theme in more detail, and I have great pleasure to introduce them to you. First, the moderator, that is from a CAE's perspective, Seema Grover. Seema is the Vice President, Group Chief Audit Executive, Dr. Reddy's Lab, and a finance leader with over 20 years expertise in corporate finance, business finance, internal audit and compliance, mergers and acquisitions, transformation initiatives, planning and analytics, and digital business process excellence. Leading the group internal audit and SOX function, resulting in Dr. Reddy's being recognized as best-in-class firm on corporate governance and risk management. Seema has many more recognitions and awards in a wide range of fields. To cite them all would take me an entire session. So for the sake of time, I stop here and move on to the next panelist. Our next panelist is Daya Nivas Sharma, popularly known as Daya, who runs a flourishing audit practice. Daya possesses over 18 years of experience in the field of auditing, accounting, corporate restructuring, and other related financial management services. Overseen and managed very large audit engagements during his stint at PwC. He is a certified forensic and information system auditor certified by IIA. He is also a very coveted public speaker in the fraternity and an astute professional with exceptional focus and innovative mindset. Daya's professional engagements across India and international market gave a global outlook to the firm, and he was named among the 70 young Indian visionaries operating in the United Arab Emirates. He is also an elected member of the Central Council of ICAI for the tenure 2019-22. He is appointed as director of XBRL India and nominated to Quality Review Board of MCA. Next is, can you all please mute your mic? There is some disturbance which is coming in. Next is a CFO, that is Charit Vikramasuriya, who holds the key to the cash safe. Charit is the president of Vizag Club and the board of governor in the IIA Hyderabad chapter. He is a Master of Science in Financial Mathematics from the University of Colombo. He is a fellow member of the ACCA UK, then CMA Sri Lanka, IPA Australia, IFA UK, and founder member of the Commonwealth Association of Accountants. Charit began his career in Ernst & Young as an external auditor, after which he joined WNS Global Services as a financial business partner. Subsequently, in April 2014, Charit joined Brandix, Sri Lanka's largest apparel manufacturer and exporter, and in September 2017, Charit took over the post of Head of Finance in Brandix India Apparel City Private Limited, 1,000-acre SEZ park dedicated to apparel and textiles in Visakhapatnam. BIAC, being established as an integrated supply chain oriented textile park, currently has 15 operating units with an annual turnover of in excess of Indian rupee 2,500 crores and employs about 21,000 people, including more than 16,000 women, which is the largest number of women employed in a single location in the entire country. Charit is also part of the Park leadership and Brandix India leadership teams, and directly overlooks the financial, procurement, HR, and company secretarial functions of BIAC. Last but not the least is a hardcore internal auditor, a stickler into internal audit principles and practices, Albert Heading, RA, CIA, CRMA, CFE, who is a head of professional practice in CGIAR internal audit setup. Albert currently is leading the CGIAR internal audit support service and internal audit and risk center of expertise. CGIAR is the leading international public funded operating research for development organization in the agricultural sector, developing a sustainable solution to prevent future problems. Before working for CGIAR, Albert was responsible for the internal audit function of ZOA, a Dutch NGO, working in post-conflict countries and working as a manager audit and assurance for E&Y in Netherlands and Australia. With these words, over to Seema to set the ball rolling, and thank you all.
Yeah, thank you, Manan. Thank you for the introduction, and I welcome all of you for the panel discussion on organization culture. I will start with Dayanivas on the whole perspective of culture, which is very imperative as organizations go about framing their strategy and working on execution of the strategy. So in your way, the way you would understand and define, can you please help us? What do you mean? What in your view is this whole organization culture all about?
Thank you, Seema. Thank you, IIA, for inviting me to be panelist. And really happy that I'm with two learned other speakers who have been part of this growth story different style. When you talk about organizational culture today, I'll just take 1 or 2 minutes, not more than that. When you talk about organizational cultures today, it actually percolates from the top and it has to go to the bottom. Today we are talking about transparency governance. I think it is nothing but a Ramraj which we were talking about from years together. And technically, what has been happening is the tone at top, what it wants to say to its employees and how they behave, ultimately is actually impacting the behavioral pattern of the employees. And if the promoters or the organization, the management is actually trying to deviate from the policies, from the government regulatory mechanism, from ill-treating the entire way of doing business, or might be there is a cheating factor which is there with regards to the selling what they are doing, purchasing what they do. So that mentality actually gets into the employees. So when you want to do the best, what you need to have is the best. So when you are at the right thing, you behave, the management behaves it right, and they say that the organizational culture is being loyal, being human. I think that is something which we are actually moving towards, and the transparency, which is whether you like it or not, the technology is actually moving towards creating that kind of transparent mechanism. Yes, there are shortcomings, but I think the organizational culture is nothing but the mentality at the top, which is to be seen. And in this last 1 decade, if you see, those people who have performed from years together, they existed, and those people who wanted to opt shortcuts, actually they perished. So that is in total what I would like to say.
Thank you, Dayaniva Sharma. It's really the tone is so important at the top, and it is simple role modeling. As parents, we role model the family culture, the sanskar, Hindi word of sanskar and sanskriti. I think similar is what you are saying, how as leaders do and employees, all of them follow them. So my next question is to Chariot, in your organization, how is the value of culture, and how is it defined in Brandix?
Yeah, thanks, Seema, and thank you to the entire IIA for inviting me into this panel. So at Brandex, and as a continuation of what Daya mentioned, which I totally agree with, it's about the tone at the top. And for us, especially at Brandex, we see it being a very important factor because culture is a matter or a substance in which we set our objectives, our expectations, and our values, which we hold very dearly, where the employees and even stakeholders are able to see. So at Brandex, we really do think that just because of having good culture, we are able to increase employee engagement, we are able to decrease turnover, we are able to have a strong brand identity, which is very important, especially given the industry we are in. Elevate productivity. Again, we are in the manufacturing environment. Productivity is everything. Again, transformational power that we just saw. Obviously, crises hit us. COVID is one big example. We were able to withstand it truly because our people stood behind us, because people knew what our importance is, what our culture is, and everyone at the top to the bottom knew what we stand for, our values, what our objective is. So transformational power was, very evident, especially at these telling times. We had top performers obviously coming out because of the fact that we put a lot of importance to objectives, expectations are clear, and effective onboarding. We are able to bring in people more effectively, and it's a healthy team environment. That's something that we really do believe in, and we do see just by having a good culture, and that's the importance of culture that at least at a Brandex level we do see, and we try to inculcate so that that positivity and that brings in a lot more value to the organization and what we are for.
With you. For us also, similarly in Dr. Reddy's, we actually call something like Aspire. Aspire is like A stands for aspirational growths. mindset. S is for the agility and speed. P is for people development. I is for the innovation. R is your result orientation, and E is for execution excellence. So along with this, the values, as you are explaining, in terms of collaboration, in terms of integrity, quality, productivity. So these are the allow safety. So these are the values. These are imbibed, and I agree. These are so important for organization to drive. So my next question, just like Brandix has values, Dr. Reddy is having values, but what we see, Albert, the next question to you is, we are seeing the values are there. There's a lot of focus from top management, and sometimes not from the human resource team also. But still, corporate scandals happen. And as our Richard Chambers said, culture is the culprit for all of these. So I just wanted to know your thoughts and ideas at how far are these cultural issues attributable to these scandals?
No, I think it's a very interesting area actually to look at, especially from an internal audit perspective. If you look to a number of scandals, for example, the wire case in Germany that was there, you can always say, you can always go back to, there were controls missing or certain things were not performed. But I think a lot of the scandals, and that's also an outcome of the whole discussion after Enron, when they start implementing control frameworks, etc. But I think a lot of them, if you go back to the root cause and really try to understand what was the reason for it, it has to do with cultural components in it. It's not that clear cut, that a scandal is because certain controls did not function. I think there's a lot more in place. You have to look at, for example, at was there clarity, transparency, engagement, and I'm very happy, and that's also what you see now in the current development from the IIA, that there is a lot more focus on this cultural component, and that there is also a lot more focus on what it actually means and how can it benefit for your organization to build a better control environment, in an environment where where you also said where the values that you would like to show as your organization are embedded in everything you do. And I think for us as internal audits, that's something we should do a lot more, and also we should also incorporate a lot more in the work we do and the engagements we have with senior management, but also with local management and when we perform our engagements. Yes. So.
Thank you, Albert. Thank you. And I'm also just thinking aloud. Last time when I presented my audit plan and what audit I have delivered to the audit committee, and just looking at the risks that are there across the pandemic and also before the pandemic. The one of the questions that I put, it was read on my slide, that I don't look into organization culture. Usually organization culture is done by strategic people or by human resource. So here I am going to request Dhyaniva Sharma, how do we do this interrelation between governance and culture? Because that today still is not happening. Internal auditors are never asked to come and audit a culture or to give an opinion or at least do a management review also. This is my experience. So can you please guide us and suggest how do we do this interrelation of governance and culture?
Very, very interesting question. Actually, you put me on spot to answer. I think this was a similar question, different form, asked to me last time also. But one thing which I would like to say, Seema, is actually when you talk about first thing about your Dr. Reddy's Aspire word, if you see, it is not management centric, it is people centric. It means an organization is dependent on people, and we are interdependent, rather not dependent, interdependent. So that is something which we need to first understand very well. Then followed with, when you want to align these two things, what is going to happen is, till the time it is not interdependent, the fact goes that management goes in a different direction, employee goes in a different direction. When you talk about governance, governance is an demonstration of management thought process. And unfortunately, whether it is India, I think Albert will be positioned to say it much better. No management today would like to get themselves, get themselves evaluated. Very few organizations are there which they are saying that they want to get it themselves evaluated from an external agency. It might be a third party or might be a mentor kind of situations. Like example, I'll tell you in our firm, we have created a concept called executive board, which is not a part of the firm. We are getting people from outside. They are all different positions where I, as a managing partner, also should be answerable to someone, even if I tell a lie or might be I just try to cover up my negativity. But in fact, I'll get to know inside that there is something going wrong, right? And that correction also will actually change the culture of the management. So technically, you might not directly say that you have done something wrong. It is time where we need to sit down and reevaluate where the organization wanted to grow. You take examples of the recent past where large organizations have gone through a different kind of culture where the governance was being questioned. And the top guys have independently came in and again reevaluated and they redirected the entire process. So technically, the layer is one stage a promoter has to go above, right? His ownership model, then when he should step down, step in is when there is a failure or might be there is a gap which is coming in. Till the time management doesn't think that you are going to be an organization rather than a self business. It is not a own driven business driven. You take example of Dr. Reddy's, right? The promoters participation is at the lowest, but whereas the professional management is at the highest. So automatically, as a promoter, I am going to question the ability. When I don't have to do anything wrong, obviously I'll not allow the professionals also to do anything wrong. So it's basically a chicken and egg story. Who's going to actually act first? So many organizations wanted to create that environment to get more professionals, let them handle independently. But unfortunately, many failures are there than the success. Very few are there. So that is ultimately, getting into a situation. But yes, there is a deliberation happening. That itself is a new beginning. That's my take. Hope I was clear or confused.
Seema, we can't hear you.
Maybe you have gone on mute, Siva.
Hello. Am I audible?
No, yes, Seema, now.
Hello.
Now you are. Yes, Seema,
Yes.
we can hear.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. I think the way. Okay, thank you. The way I understand, and this is a very situation where the culture is also an art. It is not something like factual. Usually auditors are all about facts and figures, and that is where you put your evidence down and tell, see, this is happening and this is there. The facts are on the table. But culture, I agree with the animals. It's also an art part of it, and what you have shared about your organization is very amazing. You're taking that open hands and saying, yes, please let me know where things are going wrong in my organization. I will just move here to Chariot on Brandex. How does your top tone at the top, or your board of directors or CXOs ensure that piece of culture is in place? That spirit is there, that's carried on.
See, as I think everyone mentioned, and as I mentioned at the very offset of it in his definition, it's about from top to bottom, and the tone at the top is very critical. It's not just the tone, but also how it is disseminated below. At Brandex, obviously, communication is very important. Communication, because we have to communicate it well. It can't, obviously change in the meaning in the communication process, which is very easy if not done properly. So number one, I'm very directly answering your question. Number one, communication is absolutely key to ensure that both the tone and the gist of it is taken down to every level. and everyone within the organization. Obviously, Brandix operates in multiple locations. We do have operations in Sri Lanka, India, Bangladesh, Vietnam, Cambodia, so on and so forth. So obviously, operating in a vast area in multiple locations does mean that obviously the cultures, the people are different. So the tone of it can be receptive of it can be also different. So communication is number one. It's the most important thing. And also the other one is listening to concerns and ideas. The president said, or you know, it's an open door concept. So everyone ensures that feedback, whichever it may be taken, is taken in positively, so that we listen to what everyone is saying. Again, I mentioned we have multiple areas, we have multiple leaders, we have multiple locations, we have multiple ethnic, nationalities. So listening to concerns and ideas is key, because obviously it's a collective thing. What we have. So listening to concerns and ideas is very important. Also encouraging feedback. It's not a shut door. It has to be feedback. It has to be a two-way street. Although the tone has to be set at the top and communicated from the top. Obviously, feedback is very important, because it's a journey that everyone has to go together. We have a tagline in Brandix called One Brandix. So whichever location you are, whichever department, whichever area you are, we are all one Brandix. So that's where we encourage feedback and everyone to be honest. And the second thing is obviously we have to be consistent. This is the most important thing, as I think. Obviously, so you can't say one thing and act in another way, then it just becomes meaningless, absolutely meaningless. So that's where a lot of emphasis, a lot of effort has to be put in to carry out that word, carry out that, in action, what you mentioned in word. And that consistency really does drive the organization in the direction you want, especially with the culture that we have set up. Because when people see what you're doing and also making the effort, especially the leaders, that really does, really penetrate into the hearts and minds of everyone, including ourselves. So that is, I think, a vital and the final point, Seema, if I can just sum those up.
Yeah, very important and very well summarized. Thank you for this. Yeah. But the back of mind, I was just wondering one thing. As leaders, authenticity is very important, and that is what you're saying to demonstrate. But still, absolutely, we all things, and it is all about people. So here, I'm going to ask Albert, what we see many times within organizations, we see a culture which is very different in manufacturing than in market sales, than in R&D, and something more at corporate. So how do you, I want your experience, Albert, in such situations. Do you also see this, and how do we ensure that this is harmonized or a governance is there over this? Your views, Albert.
Yeah. So the definition of culture is very dynamic. So because the culture is always the combination of your experience, how you grow up, your beliefs, the area you live in, and it's also changing very rapidly. Because if certain things change, it can be maybe totally different the other day, and that's also what it makes so complex. And especially when you have an organization like where I work for, we operate in 108 countries. These can be Western countries, but there are also countries, so there's a lot of different dynamic between how people look at the culture of an organization. But still, I think, and that's also said by the other speakers, I think it's very essential that it's very clear, what your values of your organization are, and that they're communicated to the various, operational unit staff members, that people speak about it, and that they understand what you want to achieve with it. So, when you are an organization and you think it's very valuable to look at climate, to do CO2 reduction and all of that, and you don't see that back in the things you do in your organization, then it's going to be very complex for you to achieve what you want to achieve with the objectives of your strategic objectives. But still, I think you need to be able to translate what you want to achieve in an easy and simple way. Make it but it's also connected to the environment people operate in. So that also means you maybe need to do different way of communicating. You maybe need to do. In our case, for example, you need to use different language. Huh? I mean, and that's very important to consider when you speak about the organizational culture. But most important is what are the values you have and how do you would like to be it translated in the things you're doing on a day-to-day basis. But it's very complex and not yeah. And especially I was thinking about this whole COVID-19 thing. I've been working from home now for a year, for example. So that means that, like, normally you would interact a lot differently with people. Hey? You would talk to them in the office, but now you do it by screen all the time. So I'm pretty sure that the culture of an organization is also changing by these things, and that it also has an impact in how how things are done and dealt with in an organization. Yes. You're muted.
Seema, you're on mute. Yeah. No, Seema, we are not able to hear you.
Can't hear you, Seema.
Yes, now it's coming.
Not able to hear?
Now,
yes,
now
fine.
fine. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Am I audible now?
Yes, Seema.
Yes.
Okay, I don't know why I don't face this challenge any. Okay, so I'm coming back now. Thank you, Albert. I just now coming little bit more to the heart of auditors and risk management professionals. So my question now is again back to there. From an enterprise risk management perspective, the CRO is required to assess all the types of risks. Is it cyber security? Is it geopolitical? Is it market risk, launch risk, or the product liability, director's liability, and etc. etc. So usually culture risk is an area that is not that evaluated by the risk professionals. What is your view on this? Do we have to assess it as a risk and discuss that in our both internal, bottom up internally in the organization and take it till risk management committee? Or is it keep quiet and focus on other risks there because there are many others that are required to be focused on?
It's actually very subjective. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
After not listening to you, I'm also getting a doubt. So it's actually a very subjective issue, because see, culture, if you want to touch a fabric, which is the thread of the fabric, if you are going to pull out, many things are going to come out of that. And I don't think any effort has been made at any given point in time to assess the culture of the organization. I'll tell you one thing. If there is a company which is manufacturing arms and ammunition, right? Technically, it is a very bad part. But the good part is the employees are also motivated to produce high quality, refined, arms and ammunitions on a continuous basis. You get my point? So when you talk about that, when you talk about a hospital or a pharma company, no one wants people to actually get sick. Still, there is a mission and a statement which is being drawn for every organization, right? So now, when you talk about culture, what are you going to assess? Is something which is going to become something. Yes, the attitude and the approach. In case of hospital, anything you want to say?
No.
So if you talk about the only thing what you can teach in the culture is out of 100 patients might be 20 patients you do it free. That is a right culture. There might be 80 operations which I am doing, I am making profitable, right? So technically, the profitability in a healthy hospitals can be subjected, or maybe you are imbibing a good culture in organization by doing 20 free of cost. So technically, how you evaluate is going to be a different thought process altogether. But yes, time has come to really think about being human, and more human values have to come in this artificial intelligence world. I don't know, how it is going to move, because every time I want to go and buy something, a new pop-up issue comes out. Last time you purchased medicine from this medical store, now you buy it from. And I don't want to expand that by saying further more things. But the culture thing is something, it's a very debatable thing. That's the only thing.
Okay. Taking this point to chariot to you from if internal auditors would want to
I'm sorry, Seema, I just couldn't hear what. If you can just maybe repeat the question again.
You're still not audible, Seema. There seems to be an audio problem, Seema.
Mr. Menon, can someone of you actually?
Yeah, Seema, you have shared the questions with me. Shall I continue? Shall I take over from where you left?
There is some problem with the system, I believe.
Yeah, I think Daya, what we do is Seema's system is having a problem. Maybe Menon sir can possibly start with the balance of the questions. Mr. Menon, please take over and then go ahead, please.
the organization culture. Because I have read this in ToneEdit of IIA survey, hardly not able to hear.
Yes, now.
Yeah, now we can hear something, but the sound is a bit distorted.
Menon sir, you want to
Yeah, okay.
continue?
Okay.
Yeah,
While Seema gets back, I will continue with the question. The question
yes,
was who was answering now, Charit or Daya?
Yeah, I think that just finished. So it will be. I think she was going to ask a question from me.
Okay. Then I will take over from there. Okay,
Yes.
this is about internal auditors having to deal with culture-related issues during the course of their regular audits. However, is culture as a topic being audited, or has it been audited in your organization? If not, do you think that the organizational culture is a separate area internal audit should look at in a focused manner? That is, what is your view? Should culture be audited as a separate focused area? That is the question.
See, yeah. So I think again, just touching upon some of the comments made previously by the panelists, it falls into a gray area, and I think even Seema was mentioning at her workplace whether it comes under the internal auditor scope or whether it is something else. So I think everyone is going through that phase. Similarly, in BIAC, or Brandex India Apparel City, the company that I am part of in India. So it's not been taken as a separate subject. So that's where it is, but it is definitely looked at. And I think that confusion is still there, which way it should be taken. But the short answer to that question is I definitely do think that culture should be part of an internal audit engagement or looked into. Because obviously I mentioned the benefits of it. So it's about making people more productive, making people onboarding more effective, ensuring that people are more oriented or task oriented, or they know exactly what the objectives of the organization are, and makes that the objectives of self as well. So obviously, being a finance guy, those are the most important things, because at the end of the day, whatever we do, we definitely need to find more effective ways, more efficient ways of doing things, and obviously encourage, motivated, and workforce within the proper culture set by the leadership is an absolute asset. Even we went through quite a rough time with COVID, but our biggest asset was not the locations, was not the machinery, was nothing else but the people, as mentioned even by all of our directors. So that asset is what was the turning factor or our critical success factor in ensuring that we go through the hardships. So when culture is such an important thing, I do believe that needs to be looked into, and that definitely needs to be looked into in terms of in an objective manner. So the only problem is, as mentioned by I think Seema as well, we normally tend to look at numbers. We normally try to look at factual things. So culture is not necessarily factual, at least the way I see it. I think it's more like a nebulous. It can manifest in itself. It can be set by the leadership, but sometimes there are multiple ways in how a culture can come into being in an organization. Some can be more thought through, some can be more natural in nature. So that's where sometimes we kind of need to do the course corrections, and auditors also need to I think need to find the correct tools. Obviously, feedback tools. There needs to be a methodologies developed in how do we assess, obviously, how and which way the cultures are. So the short answer is yes, and I definitely do think that that is a methodology that needs to be developed in the maybe the internal audit space.
Yeah, well, thank you, Charit. That is, I mean, what you say makes a lot of sense. Seema, are you on now?
Am I audible? I changed my network.
Yeah. Now you're fine. So now I have reached up to the question number 14. Now you can go to question number 15 to Albert.
Okay. So I little bit missed what you spoke, but I will move on to Albert now. Albert, in your experience, can you guide all of us here on the webinar that if what are the areas, if we want to step up and just think not complete organization culture, but in part of steps, pick up 2-3 areas where I go and look what's happening in this regard in org culture. So can you please suggest how do we go about doing this, and also convince our management that this is a value-add exercise from both win-win perspective for the management and for internal auditors?
Yeah. So first of all, and I think it was also mentioned by the previous speakers, is that we want to do risk-based auditing and we want to add value to the organization. So that's very critical, huh? And especially, I think, by understanding, what are the emerging risks that the organization is facing, and how is that, and how do we make sure as an organization that that we have sufficient controls in place to mitigate these risks. So if you look at your risk assessment as an internal auditor, you normally will identify, controls. But I think but you also, for example, in my organization, one of the success factors at the moment is, for example, the whole discussion on gender diversity and inclusion, which has for me a huge cultural component. So that's something I would include in my audit plan, because this is a priority and also something that needs to be looked at. So if you look at the internal audit standards, you see quite clearly, first of all, the risk-based auditing that's in there. The other thing is around the standard 1220 on the whole due professionalism. That means that as an audit team, you need to understand basically what is the organization doing, how is it operating, but also you need to make sure that you can engage with that. So for example, going back to the topic of gender diversity and inclusion, one of the things that I am doing at the moment, that we are doing in CPE, is making sure that staff has an understanding what is meant by that. What is gender diversity and inclusion? How is it measured? How does it impact the organization? So we provide training on that. So that's an expectation we do. And that's also something you would see back in the strategic plan of the internal audit function. These are the risks, how do we gonna incorporate them in the audit plan, and how are we going to make sure that our teams have the sufficient capacity to deliver that. But also I think as internal auditors, we have responsibility to provide our governance boards on how the control framework is of the organization. And I believe that it is more than just providing information on controls, but it also means you need to say something about soft controls or culture in the organization. As mentioned before, culture is very dynamic and it's very diverse, so it's not that easy to say, your culture is good or it's bad or it's sad. But I think what you can do, and that's something what probably also is a solution to this, is try to see if you can incorporate into your audit engagement some aspects of culture. So for example, if you're going to test controls, is it clear, for example, transparent what is meant by it? Is it clearly communicated to staff? Is there commitment to controls? So these areas, and I think there's a Dutch guy called Merlijn Kaptein. He did a lot of research on soft controls, and he developed a wheel with 8 elements from KPMG. And for us, that is always quite a good tool to use when you look at culture into your engagement. So my advice would always be, see if you can put some things in it, see if you can assess certain things, and also see if you can put it on the agenda of your boards. I mean, not by saying the culture is good or bad, but you can. But I think it's possible to say, we have done a couple of audits on this, and we see that it's not always very transparent why certain things are done. So maybe you need to do this and this and that on that. And that can maybe be more like advisory type of engagements and insurance engagements, but I think it's an area where internal audit can add value, and where it also can make sure that the strategic objectives of the organization are achieved. Because the benefit of us is that we see a lot of people. We're not, so we also get a lot of information that can be also quite valuable for management to provide feedback on. So from an advisory perspective, I think there are possibilities there. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. So
thank you. Thank you.
Sima, before you go on to the next question, TK is our IIA president. He has a comment to make on this. Albert, since you joined in late, I just wanted to tell you that TK Tyagarajan Kumar is the president of IIA India.
Hello.
He has a comment on this. TK, please.
Well, I think thank you for the engaging conversation on this important topic. Despite the Seema's technical challenge, I think it went on well. I thought this is an interesting topic, which is reflecting on my experience in auditing culture over the last 20-25 years. I may add some names, but I tend to agree with Charit and Albert when they mentioned about auditing of culture. Very well-run multinationals like Unilever have been having auditing of culture as part of internal audit engagement for over 25 years now. Because MNCs make sure that whatever culture which is defined and set at the headquarters is well cascaded and communicated down the line across the globe. Now, they use internal audit as an effective instrument to do a dipstick on to what extent the code which has been set by the board, the code which is aligned to the corporate priorities, and the code, how it is cascaded down the line, how people are aware of internal audit on most places I have done, places like China, Indonesia, India, where culture is defined differently. So in these contexts, you put specific questions to people on whether they have understood the elements of the code, whether the elements of the code have been properly demonstrated to people in different contexts and trainings so that they understand, because what is conflict of interest as understood by the British, as understood by the Chinese, as understood by Indians and the Indonesians can be extremely different, as Charit was mentioning. But if you are in the global context, now this has to be very well crafted and understood. Now, if the employees are supposed not to have any conflicts vis-a-vis corporation, that must be clearly understood what these conflicts is, what are the examples, engaging with relatives, engaging with friends, engaging with companies in which they are personally interested. These must be very well defined and people understand this. Now, having defined the code, having trained the people, audit goes and does diptych testing by doing interviews of people across the ground, and then get a feedback whether the cascade is effective when people are aware of that. Now, that you can do. The proof of the pudding is in eating. After that, you see whether the breaches up to the code are properly captured. Now, if the breaches are monitored by the respective board at the local level, at the operating management, then what do they do with the code breaches? Have they taken appropriate punishment? Is there a committee which evaluates all these code breaches? Are these code breaches captured centrally to see where there are miscommunication or wrong understanding, so that that can be looped again to cascade again? So audit can play a very effective role in engaging with how culture is being embedded, trained and followed, disciplinary actions taken, and the actions taken being communicated in a subtle way to people. All these things audit can do an effective role, and many well-run corporations do this. I mean, not today, for over 25-30 years. That's how they have built a culture of performance, culture of integrity, not only with reference to financial reporting, integrity with reference to your product, your customer, your employees, and also with the regulators. So it's a whole holistic area where in a way internal audit should engage with. That's a very important part of reassurance which the internal audit team can provide to the board of directors. I mean, just wanted to share the thoughts since the context was appropriate and just intervene. Thanks for giving me a few minutes of time.
Thank you.
Mr. TK, would you like to stay on and supplement some of the answers which may come up?
I'm just listening. Yeah, I'm just listening. Yeah, I'll stay on. Okay. Get going, please.
Okay, right. Go ahead, Seema.
Yeah, thank you, TK. I think very important inputs, and just at the back of mind, after taking suggestions from TK, Albert, Chirath, everyone, I am able to visualize what can be my FY22 audit culture. It could be on diversity, it could be on the governance process of the organization. It is such an important element in the organization to ensure your strategic objectives are met, and that could be a culture that internal audit can go ahead and partner with management as an advisory piece. And also the part from a perspective of any strategic initiative which is important, that also internal audit can partner and become to understand how the strategic initiative is going to be executed. Is it happening? Are people buying it, or it is just on not on the ground but on the paper? I think these are few inputs and learnings that I have picked up for FY22, which are very important from an internal audit perspective. So I'll just pause here. Menon, on the time perspective, we have crossed 4 minutes. here I would want to pause and I would request the audience, if they have any questions, if they can put in the chat box that, or if any of the panel member has any question, they can also ask and take this forward.
Seema, you need to excuse me. I'm getting call for my council meeting, which is happening. Actually, we are finalizing the foreign standards. So I'm the vice chairman of that. So it actually clashed. So please excuse me for that.
No problem there. Thank
TK sir is there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your valuable views. It is very useful, informative, interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you for making it a pleasure to have you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
So, TK sir, I have a question. This is Tinku Padia here.
Yes, Tinku.
Yeah. So, TK sir, as you mentioned in terms of the MNCs conducting culture audit. So, can you share some perspective in terms of, for example, when a team is auditing a particular unit like China, as you mentioned, or Indonesia, do you have any kind of structure, like what are the areas you're going to look as a part of your culture audit, or how it's like, in terms of structuring? So some pointers, do you have that kind of which the team does when they visit different locations or do a dipstick measure?
Well, without being any value judgments, both the countries which you mentioned. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, without any value judgments on specific countries which you mentioned, by experience, I've audited value judgments on specific countries which you mentioned. By experience, I've audited. Right, having audited these two countries myself, I was head for China and audited Indonesia also. There is some echoing happening, I think. Yeah, is there a problem happening? I think. Right. So both the countries, the culturally, it's corruption at the local levels are very high. Indonesia is reported to be one of the highly corrupt societies, like probably ours, and we should be very candid about it. And so in these contexts, for an internal audit team, it depends on what are the standards you have set for yourself. If your corporation is said you have to have a completely integrity in processes and absolutely no conflicts, no corruptions, and etc., then you will really have a checklist of comprehensive points you would like to check at each of the local environment. I just gave you an example. So it depends on your own cultural context, which your board has defined for the company. So if you are an audit team for auditing, say Indonesia or China, for that matter, India as well, then you have to go by what the code of conduct specifies for you. Whether what is the code defined, what is the code says as regards facilitating payments, ethics and culture. These are very serious subjects. Now, I mean, I'm being very candid and frank here. So you may have to deal with it appropriately, because in some companies this facilitating payments may be acceptable. In some companies it may be a cardinal sin. So you need to set for yourself what these issues are. I mean, am I making myself clear? Tinku, do you have any more specifics on this?
No, sir, I got it. So I got the base, because you mean to say that we need to look from the code of conduct perspective, and also what are the other cultural policies, different policies which bring in some kind of regulations and discipline in the company. I got that perspective, sir.
Yeah. So it's very important to have a good cultural conduct, well trained, particularly in cultures like these where some of these issues are common. Now, if you are a culture, you are willing to condone those and want to engage for the sake of business, that's one thing. If it's complete no, that's another thing. Yeah, so you need to keep that in mind. Yeah.
Are there any other questions, please? So I will take this. Tinku, you want to say something? Okay, I will take this opportunity to thank all the panel members here. It was an excellent learning for all of us on this important topic, and specifically TK, the very important element of COBE, the Code of Business Ethics, and the role an internal auditor can play, specifically in countries where the corruption index is high, and the mindset is, and the understanding of the same topic may be different with different folks. This is such an important, you have hit the nail, TK, and this is very important for internal auditors to ensure in a global organization. So I would thank everyone. Thank you for coming and sharing your knowledge, experience, and learnings.
Thank you very much,
Seema.
Albert, Charit.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Albert, Charit, and TK, Seema. Tinku, if you could please take over from here, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sunil. So it's been my honor and absolute privilege to be given an opportunity to pose vote of thanks for all the sessions we had today. We had an engaging day, fascinating and enriching experience. It's been absolute delight to listen to our speakers, panelists. Thank you for gracing us and sharing your wisdom. Today would not have been possible without all our sponsors. So on behalf of IIA Hyderabad, our sincere thanks to Platinum sponsor Productivity. Thank you, Mr. Praveen, our gold sponsor, ENY. Thank you, Anirban, our past president. Brandix, thank you, Mr. Charit, for all your support. Grant Thornton, thank you, Mr. Vanu, for your continuous support over years. Our silver sponsor, Elenco, we remain grateful to Mr. Daya for his association with us. And bronze sponsor, Equitas Bank. A big thank you to all the members of the organizing committee, especially Sunil and Mr. Menon, for leading from the front and have been working hard to make this conference a successful. We offer sincere thanks to IIA India's support team, Chanchal and Menas, for their support. Thank you, audience, for participating. Hope you have enjoyed the session as I had. We look forward to your continuous support and association. So thank you all and have a wonderful evening. So now we come to the formal close of the session. Over to you, Sunil.
I don't have anything to add. Have a wonderful weekend and a brilliant session. Thanks, one and all. Take care until we see you again. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you, including the annual conference organizing team, the IIA support staff, and all the participants and audience. And have a wonderful weekend. Thanks a lot. We'll see you again. Bye.
Thank you.